Okay, well, Ed, you want to go ahead and read our script for Zoom?
Sure. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 and March 23rd order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Town of Southampton Select Board is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to view this meeting while in progress may do so by go to zoom.us/join, hit join a meeting in the top right of screen, type in the meeting ID 952-7547-0235, password 188917, hit join. Please be sure to mute your device when joining in. Note, to join in video meeting with cell phone, you will need to download the Zoom app from the App Store. Call-in telephone number is 646-558-8656. or by watching public access TV, Charter Spectrum Channel 191. In-person attendance and public comment at select board meetings will be suspended until further notice. If you email a written public comment before the scheduled select board meeting, it will be read at that select board meeting. If you email a written public comment after viewing something at a live televised select board meeting, it will be read at the next select board meeting. Please send your public comments via email to selectmen@townofsouthampton.org. Please note that all public comments must be written, but must be within the requirements of the policy on public comments listed in the open time for the public on the select board agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed. We'll begin the select board meeting of July 16th, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So join me in, I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this is a special meeting of the select board specifically for the budget. Our regular scheduled select board meeting will be next Tuesday. And I just want to start off by thanking everybody who's on the call. I also just wanted to explain a little bit in terms of the place that we're in. We're obviously in very unprecedented times because of COVID-19. Typically, our fiscal year would start July 1st. And because of the, and as you all know, if you did your taxes this week, that the tax bills were delayed until the 15th of July. We have not gotten firm numbers from the state in terms of reimbursement. So Southampton, among many other towns, are in the position of having to construct a budget and go to the towns to an annual town meeting without firm numbers. We know there are going to be cuts, and we've heard drastic predictions. But that being said, we're going to do the best we can without, negatively impacting the town as much as possible in constructing a budget that's responsible, and at the same time hoping that we can have another special town meeting in the fall, which we have planned otherwise, to try to get some firmer numbers once we know when our Chapter 70, where we're going to land with Chapter 70 funds, which was for the schools and also the aid to cities and towns. So with that, I just wanted to also tell you that right now our annual town meeting is on the 15th of August with a plan for a potential spillover into the 16th if need be. We're going to, we have a committee together that's doing a great job to plan it so that everybody will be very safe. If the 15th is not good weather, because it's expected to be outside at Labrie Field, then we will have the annual town meeting on the 22nd. So anyway, I just want to let you know, so our timetable for finalizing the budget is hopefully within a week or two. And just so you know that this budget is a draft budget. We welcome the participation. There will be open time for the public, and if you would like to comment during the open time for the public, you will have to be on video and audio. But we welcome participation, but either by emails to us or for open time for the public. But, you know, we have a big job tonight in terms of going through the budget line by line and potentially a painful one. So we're going to get started. Our budget will be due in time before the meeting, at least a couple of weeks, so that we can get it to KP Law, our attorney, who has to sign off on all the warrants, and one of the warrants, of course, will be the budget, and then get it out and publicized at least a week or more before the actual town meeting. So that's our timetable. It's on the tight side, and it's going in a little bit blind, but we're going to do the best we can. As I think we always do, to try to, you know, do the best for this town that we all love. So with that, I'm going to ask maybe Vicki Morrow, you on the call? Yeah, Vicki, are you muted? Unmuted?
Ed's going to have to unmute her. And by the way, just a quick little housekeeping item, folks. Like, once Ed unmutes you, if you remute, you're likely to need to ask Ed again to unmute you.
Okay. Because
we're, you know, for now we're trying to just make sure that we stick within the circle of the select board for right now.
Okay. So Vicki is our accountant. I'm just wondering, Vicki, if you want to say anything at all in terms of revenue. You know, we have heard, I got an email back from Senator Vilas's office and also from Representative Sabadosa's office, and asking, you know, what are other towns doing? We've heard, you know, as drastic as 20% of cuts. So where, I just, you know, wanted to know if you wanted to add anything to discussion general at first, relative to either revenue predictions or tax levy or anything else that might be helpful to anybody in the call here. Is Vicki unmuted?
Yep.
Yes.
Vicki?
She
I don't-
just disappeared.
Can hear.
I think she just left the meeting.
Maybe she was having the same problems.
No,
that,
we can see her on the screen, we just can't hear her.
Right, but she doesn't look like she's talking either. So, okay.
Hang on, I'll go up and see her.
Oh, she's here in the building? Okay.
She's talking, but we can't hear her. She's talking yet.
Yeah, she had said in the beginning that there might be an issue in terms of her microphone on the Zoom. So we had suggested that she actually do it on her cell phone. So, yeah, can you just let her know, Ed?
Yeah.
Thanks. While we're waiting, is there anybody else on the select board that wants to say anything kind of in general in terms of our timetable, our process, or anything else?
Yeah, Rainey, I just have something that, well, Ed's not here. That's the problem.
Okay. Do you mind if I say something? That right now, because the budget, what I started to say is that typically the fiscal year starts July 1, and we would be voting in June on the budget, and then we would start fiscal year July 1. But because of all the delays, what we actually, the legislature passed, and we also did, was to actually, we did a 1/12 budget based on FY20. And we'd have to do the same thing for August because, again, we don't know revenue predictions. And then most likely, according to Representative Sabadosa, they're going to get more information as time goes in, especially around the tax money. But they're thinking that even September will either be a 1/4 budget or another 1/12 budget. So that's more or less where we are. Where I've never been, and I don't know anybody, a history of when we've ever been in this position where we're not even basing things on FY21. We're just doing it based on a 1/12 budget from the previous fiscal year. Anybody else want to comment before Vicki joins us?
No, I just want to make sure that we have the discussion with Ed regarding, you know, our timelines. I mean, we're just so everybody knows on the call, and make sure I'm not overstepping here, Rainey. I mean, we're coming up with a draft. This is a draft this evening. We are slated as of right now to approve that draft on this coming Tuesday. Mm-hmm. I do have the overarching question that I mostly want to direct to Ed, but I'll direct it to you folks for now. I mean, my understanding of the annual town meeting, which is is slated to go off on, what is it, the 15th? Yeah, 15th, Saturday, the 15th.
At 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, by statute or by law, the warrant's got to be published a week before.
Mhm.
And obviously we need to give our attorneys time to review the warrant. So, for me, that feels like a week is reasonable. That backs it up to the 1st of August. So my real overarching question is this deadline that we're setting for this coming Tuesday, am I missing something, or could feasibly, if it had to, go to the 28th? That's really what my question is.
Yeah.
So we'd have to schedule another meeting. I get it. And
Yeah.
nobody wants another meeting, but it would, if we needed more time, do we have another week? That's really what my question is.
Yeah, well, I certainly am happy, I'm willing to put an extra meeting in there on the 28th if we have the time. And also potentially, since we've already looked at the articles quite a bit, I know Capital met again and re-looked at the articles again. If they can all be approved by next Tuesday and sent off to attorney, then maybe we'd only be talking about the articles that focus specifically on the budget, which might make the timetable a little bit easier to negotiate. So anyway, the message that we wanted to get across, though, that it is a draft. We welcome your feedback. We definitely are interested in the departments, chiming in. They've already chimed in with Ed, obviously. But anyway, Ed, are you there?
I'm here. Vicky should be on now.
Okay, let's just go right to Vicky then. Vicky, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So I'm just asking if you want to say anything in terms of the process, in terms of revenue projections or timetable or anything.
And as far as revenues go, there were some other accountants in the state who were kind of wondering what people were doing for their budgets. Some people, in terms of revenues, some people were cutting, 3%, 5%, 10%. Some weren't cutting at all, where they left it as what the governor's budget was back in February, because they knew that at some point it was going to get cut anyway later on down the road. So it was, a grab bag of different types of thoughts within the accountants community as to what the revenues potentially would be. So it's kind of a stab in the dark in terms of what the state aid would be. Going through some of the local receipts, it was kind of, the guidance from the DOR is they want you to not necessarily predict revenues greater than you actually received the year before, unless there's some sort of extraordinary caveat that would potentially make those increase. Like we had 3 more new restaurants that opened, so our meals tax would go up because we had 3 new restaurants, and our alcohol licenses would go up because we had 3 new restaurants in town. So you kind of have to go by what did we end up with in 2020 in order to predict what's in 21. So.
Mm-hmm. And as we talked about, and as we all know, we lost a restaurant, so that could be at the tune of about $15,000 to $20,000, right?
The state doesn't give us details of how much each person brings in, so each restaurant.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, as you can tell, it's all a little bit of unknown. And I think that the state is hoping for federal money, which hasn't been secured yet, to help offset some of these terrible cuts that have come about because of COVID. So anyway, Ed, do you want to add anything more before we actually bring up the document of the budget and get into a more detailed discussion?
No, and Vicky's right. To some degree, it's a guessing game of where we might end up. Do I think that we will end up where basically the cherry sheet was with the governor's budget that was posted back in February? No, I don't. No way in heck. At this point in time, I'm seeing what's going on and actually trying to read between the lines from that email you got from Representative Sabadosa and Senator Vellis's office, and being through some of these things before. When they throw 20% out, I know that's the worst case scenario. And as you know, my first scenario I threw out was, a 3% reduction to Chapter 70 and a 20% reduction in estimates to unrestricted government aid. I had heard from some of my peers of them all going all the way up to 50% on unrestricted government aid. But after actually reading that email, and traditionally Chapter 70 school funding has been held much safer than unrestricted government aid has. So, at this point in time, if I had to throw a dart at the dartboard, I would guess and say, either level funding Chapter 70 to last year, or maybe a 1% reduction might be realistic. As far as unrestricted government aid, it's a wider range. I could throw that at the dartboard anywhere from probably 3 to 10%, but I'm not at my 20% reduction anymore. So, it's somewhat becomes, philosophical, and, do you want to prepare now, or do you want to see what happens? So, Vicky had prepared that original, 1% reduction to Chapter 70 and 3% reduction to unrestricted government aid. And then I worked off her spreadsheet of that. I didn't touch anything else because I thought everything else was solid, but I played around with the different percentages of cuts to both Chapter 70 and unrestricted government aid, from anywhere from 0%, all the way back up to that 20% on unrestricted government aid. So there's 5 scenarios at the bottom of the sheet. I'm probably actually a lot more comfortable in the last week with targeting probably the bottom 3 of those, of the 5 that are there. I'm feeling a little bit more confident in the fact that the cuts won't be as drastic as what the legislature is telling us, because basically when they actually come back with a budget, they want us to know that they did a good job for us. So they're going to throw out the worst case scenario. So, but again, it becomes a little bit of philosophical and a little bit of guesswork.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good summation of, I think they do present the worst case scenario with the hope that it's a little bit better, and we don't know. It's a big unknown.
Yes, it is.
So just so you know, the process that we're going to go through is Matt has been very helpful in terms of his Excel abilities. And so what we did was we took the FY20 budget and we created a column, and we started by just level funding. Now, keep in mind, level funding isn't level service. Level funding is same money, moved over into the column, and then we added to that the contractual increases. So we have employees and other contracts, a lot of benefits that we're obligated to. So we're moving those over that are contractual, and then looking at basically where do we stand, basically where does that land us in terms of, without pretty much doing anything in terms of increases, just what we're obligated to do. So I think with that, we'll go ahead and start with that, Matt. I think last time we had a number of questions. We hadn't gotten some of the definitive numbers from the police department, highway. I think the schools, we were a little bit more familiar with the numbers, but at this point, Matt, do you want to
yes,
load your document, unless the select board has any other questions about anything?
No, I'm going to share this, and then I want to say a few things once I share it, and then Rini, if you want to take it away from there, that's fine. If you'd like me to go, that's great.
Okay.
So I'm going to share this, and I just want to, I probably should have shared this a minute ago so that you could have seen what Rainey was describing. But first, a couple of questions to at least the select board. I know we all range in age and eyesight. How does this all look to you? Do you want me to zoom in further? Or are we all seeing it?
It's good.
It's good.
Thank you.
Too small, too big?
Perfect.
If I go smaller, I can fit more on
says
the
make
page.
it bigger, Matt.
What's that?
The old guy says make it bigger.
You want to make it bigger? How's that?
I'm just taking the hit for the rest of you.
Yeah. Okay. So what Rainey was describing, just for so you understand this spreadsheet, I'm going to scroll up in a minute. Actually, why don't I scroll up right now? So right here, this is labeling what the item is describing. This column right here is what our budget was last year that expired on June 30th. This column was the fiscal year requests from the individual departments and the individual department heads, or whether it be committee or department head leading that department. This column is created by the select board, which is level funded plus contractual increases. So the few things that I want to say, and so then the spreadsheet is broken down. You can see kind of a general government section. And as we scroll down, I'm going to go quickly because we're going to get into this. There's a public safety column or section. There's an education section. There's a public works section. Health and human services. Culture and recreation. And then we get into employee benefits and debt service and debt interest. And then we get down to some totals. So I want to acknowledge, before we get started, and I point out a few things, because I'm going to end up starting here with the revenue projections that Vicky did, but I definitely want to acknowledge the amount of work that has already gone on into this spreadsheet. And I don't know who it starts with and who it ends with, but I can tell you that people have put unbelievable amounts of time into this spreadsheet, starting with probably Vicky Morrow, Jennifer Day, Ed Gibson, and then certainly all of the department heads. I really want to assure the public that all of the department heads produce very detailed budget analyses to back up their numbers. They support every single line with an extreme amount of detail so that we can fully understand what it is that they're asking for and what it is that they're requesting and what it is that they're dealing with in the field. So this spreadsheet, while just containing comparative numbers, there's a tremendous amount of work behind all of them. You know, Vicky's put together a ton of the revenue estimates here, and that requires a lot of analysis from pulling numbers back from the state. Jen Day, I know, has worked tirelessly on the internet, the debt principles and the interest analyses in these sections here. And then, you know, going by each individual department is, you know, what I outlined above is the work that each individual department has done. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that this is a team effort here to put this together. This conversation tonight is likely to be hard at times, sad maybe even, but hopefully we're able to kind of get through this in a fair and transparent way. And that's really my 2 cents on this. I have spent a lot of time on this too, and really I understand Excel fairly well, so I'm just going to try to help our board manage through this.
Okay, so before, I guess that,
So let me.
everybody's all set now, we can start going through.
Yep.
Do you want to make reference to something at the end though, Matt?
Yep, I do. Yep. So here's a significant point that this is the basis of where we all need to start this conversation this evening. So these numbers right here in orange. Our budget last year was $17,560,000 and change. Our requests came in from the department heads, which both includes contract increases as well as asks. This column remained untouched across all of the departments, added up to $18,218,000 and change, creating a difference of $657,000 over last year. So that was the ask. The select board initially last week in looking at our revenue projections and in looking at our estimates, just made a broad-based swath to begin the discussion and to begin the thinking that we've done over the last week or so of looking at each line item and level funding it, which Rini described at the beginning of this call. Just to be clear on what level funded is, it is simply the movement from the column, the fiscal year 20 column, over to the fiscal year 21. You should not confuse that with level service. It is not necessarily level service in all instances. It is just simply funding it at the same rate that it was last year. So we did that exercise, and as you can see, this column is also labeled plus contractual. So we included, if it was level funded and there wasn't a contract tied to it, then we took the last year's number. If there were contracts tied to it and there were increases, we accepted the increases. That's what we accepted as of this past Thursday. So that's where this third column comes in. As you can see, the budgeted amount, if we were to just accept that column, is $17,922,000 and change. That creates a difference between last year and an increase of $361,000 and change, increase over last year. Down in this green section are the 5 or 6 at this point revenue projection estimates for our town, and these are estimates. Things could be worse than this. Hopefully they're better. But let me just kind of go through them, and let me go through the math on this. So this number right here, that is our revenue that we received last year, as last year being the year that just passed. As you can see, it directly matches the expenses, which is in the orange up here. So these two numbers match, they balance. We have to create a balanced budget. These numbers over here represent the anticipated revenue for these projections. So these are the projections, these are the assumptions that we made, and this column over here represents the anticipated revenue based on those projections. So let me just take a little story. So the governor came out with a budget back in February. Usually that budget comes out in February, then it goes to the legislature approves, it gets handed down to us. So we're missing still one step in that, but the only thing that's out there in the public right now is that budget, which is done in February pre-COVID. That budget, governor's budget, came in for our anticipated revenues for our town, including Chapter 70 and unrestricted government aid, came at $17,766,000 and change. If you look over to this column here, even in a perfect world, in a non-COVID world, we are still looking at a budget deficit in the level funded plus contractual column of $155,000. That's just accepting the governor's budget, okay? And we're obviously not there. The next one up is a level funded state aid budget. So level funding Chapter 70, level funding unrestricted government aid. And just to, a little story, those things typically increase a little bit every single year. Chapter 70 goes up, you know, and Vicki, please chime in if I'm wrong, but like 1%, I think you told me the other day.
Between a half and 1%.
Okay. And unrestricted government aid, like
3% usually.
3% usually. So what we did here in this column, again, just drawing an assumption, given that we're working with level funded plus contractual, we decided that maybe a good assumption would be to level fund Chapter 70, accept the same number that we got last year with no increase, and level fund unrestricted government aid. That would produce a town revenue of $17,730,000. We would still be having a deficit here of $192,000 under that scenario. We keep going up the page. I'm going to stop at the next one because I think my take on this is that we shouldn't go further necessarily than the next one in this discussion this evening, because then I think we're drawing very big assumptions that at the end of the day, we're going to have to deal with this. It's when the state ultimately comes out with their information that is factually correct and passed, we're going to have to probably go back to a special town meeting to readjust our budgets and to adjust to whatever the state budget is. But this one right here represents some cuts: 1% reduction to Chapter 70, 3% reduction to general unrestricted government aid. That produces a revenue of $17,684, and we have a deficit of $238,000. So just so that everybody, just to level set with everybody, I think that this evening, I mean, you all can disagree, but to me, we're looking for cutting somewhere between $192,000 and $238,000, depending on what the board, depending on where the board wants to go with this, knowing that we're gonna have to further adjust in the fall once the state comes out. So.
And Matt, thank you, Matt. And it's pretty clear. I mean, we're not going up, but it doesn't take someone who's got a lot of economics background to see that if you go up the list from here, it's basically much more dire predictions. And there are some towns that are anticipating much more of a cut. I fear that we are going to have a higher cut than 1%, 70 and 3% general government. But if we were to, cut now and then make adjustments later, which some towns are doing, you can see how dire the predictions would be, going up as high as 3% and 20%. And so certainly that puts us way up over $400,000. So anyway, thanks for going through that.
Yeah, so I want people to see that, because, there are predictions out there certainly that are into this category here, which is a $400,000 cut. Now, I think what the board initially needs to decide here is I think we really need to agree initially on what number we're trying to hit here. And if I'm to go first, I'm personally thinking that we've got to hit the 238 mark.
I think we have to understand, Matt, first what, go through the lines and see where does this all leave us, and where if we just have the contractual plus the level funded, I think that we have to have a little bit of an exercise of seeing how does this hurt us. Before we can go through and say, well, we're willing to accept this versus that. So I think that might be easier for me to then come up with.
Sure.
So I think that would be a good thing to do that. Again, I want to just check in with Ed or Vicki. Do you want to add anything?
No, I mean, Matt and I talked extensively the other day about different scenarios in terms of revenues and what our thoughts were. And so, I'm glad he kind of put that all at the bottom so that we could visually see it, because that, I did it differently on the spreadsheet that I have, but not the numbers, but in terms of the presentation. And I think that was smart to put that all on the bottom. But I'm not in disagreement with Matt in particular of you got to cut it again later. We don't know what those revenues are going to be, and so some sort of cut. And then if you're going to have to adjust it regardless, you want to do the worst case scenario and really devastate the budget. I think you kind of have to come in between.
Yeah, I'm I'm glad you said that, Vicki. I think that there's no way that we're going to hit the nail on the head here with this budget. We're absolutely going to have to come back in a town meeting and readjust. And so there is part of me that has the thought that if we're going to have to do that anyway, then we should save as much as we can now. Because, and then, whatever the state issues, make the hard decisions at that point.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right, Ed, anything else, Ed?
No, I think that basically covers it. And like I say, in my mindset, I think it's probably somewhere close to those two scenarios that show the $238,000 or the $259,000 deficit. So, I think we're at least Matt and I and probably Vicki are pretty close to the same ballpark on that.
Okay. Thanks, Ed. So why don't we go back up to the government? We're not going to go line by line at this particular point because it's really just for a purpose of last time we didn't have all the firm numbers. And I just, again, want to remind everybody that this is no raises. This is level funded. And this is people's lives and people's livelihoods. So I really want to just make sure that I make that point that these aren't just numbers. This is a very difficult discussion. And so we're going to start, though, by just starting up at the top, Matt, with the government, general government.
Yep.
Without going through every single line, we're just going to show if people have any questions. We did this before, so we should be able to do it fairly quickly. All the lines were moved over. The only time it went up, for example, internet service, we have a contract. It is going up. Like I said, salaries there are the same. Pretty much the same category as FY20. Does anybody in the select board have any questions that come up relative to any of these line items? We did reserve, I can see that we did remove the reserve fund, which is difficult to do because there's a lot of expenses that you don't have a line item for it. You pretty much have little things that you need, and it's a huge help to have a little bit of reserve fund so you don't have to go, back and vote in favor of transferring line items. But nonetheless, it wasn't contractual, and we didn't start with it. We were able to put some more money into it at the special town meeting, but we're not there, unfortunately. And you can also see what some of the departmental asks were. So at this particular point, we're just moving over level funds.
Yeah. So just a
Can I
quick
ask
question.
a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Francine.
sorry. My question is, does this include any transfers that were made during the course of the year or even at the year end when we're talking about fiscal year 20?
No, it does not. It's strictly based what we approved at town meeting.
So,
Okay.
I mean, how off would you say this is?
How off what is?
If we did not include the transfers, did we exceed what our bottom line was originally planned as a result of those transfers?
The total that we spent for the year is under what the budget was, but line items were adjusted.
Okay, but the bottom line is good, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I have a question too, Rini. It's Chris. I'm just wondering, at one point, I assume we would go back, though, to a line item review of then actual expenses. If somebody, for example, had requested something, but they didn't spend, 75% of that or 25% of that this year, we might be able to do some cutting in that regard. Is that another step in the process, maybe for Tuesday or something?
Vicki, you want to speak to that?
I would be very careful with that because people, as much as I was here pretty much every day during COVID, I didn't spend any money. All my classes got canceled, all the seminars got canceled, so people had money in their budget for things that didn't happen. So if they had money left over, it wasn't because they didn't spend it, they had too much, it was because things didn't necessarily happen.
Okay, that's a good clarification. Thank you.
That's
Thank
kind
you.
of a tough line.
Okay.
If it went last, maybe, but yeah, that would be kind of tough.
Okay, thanks.
And I just wanted to mention that, all along, we review revenue and expenses about every other week, which is about once a month, if not more often. So I just want to say that we consistently say what a great job the department heads. It tells us whether it's, 20% spending up till then, 40%, whatever. And we've consistently been very impressed with the leadership of the various department heads. So I just want to mention that since we're, talking department by department here. Any questions about general government?
I have one thing. You might want to take out that webpage maintenance because
Okay.
we've been paying all of our webpage and technology under technology services. We used to have a separate contract, and we haven't used that line, and all we do is transfer out of it at the end of the year. So we kind of include those types of services in the internet, the technology services line item. So you might want to take that one out.
Okay, that's great.
So here's an exercise here. I'm gonna just tell me how you guys want to see this. I created this column. This would be the amount to reduce this item here. And if it sums at the bottom, it's going to fit in to the variances, the various variances at the bottom of the spreadsheet. Does that make sense to all of you? Is that the way you want to do this?
I think,
Yeah.
I do.
Because then
Yeah.
you're basically going to see the amount cut here. So this would reduce this to effectively 0.
Right.
Right.
If we created a third column, that would be a 0 there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Are you guys
Yep.
cool with doing it this way?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions about the first category, general government? I know the audit, we are obligated to. It's a pretty hefty expense, but it's basically an audit of our entire finances, and it's extremely important.
It's in our bylaw, we have to do it every year.
Yes.
Okay, so let's then move on to the next category.
Hey, Rini,
Yep,
before you move on,
yep.
this is voluntary, but reduce my salary by $3,000.
Well,
That's very kind of you, Ed.
yes, it is. Wow.
Well, I understand what we're looking at, so.
Okay.
Well, I really appreciate that, Ed. I mean, I don't
Yes.
think we're expecting that. I mean, you had done this, offered the same thing when we were in the dire predictions of a Proposition 2.5, and thankfully the Proposition 2.5, actually was passed. But anyway, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate that. I think we can I'm hoping we can go back and revisit that. It's a
Me
very
too.
nice gesture, but I hate the idea of taking you up on it, to be honest with you.
Well, you got to start somewhere, and I figure I got to lead by example.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ed.
Thanks, Ed.
And
You're welcome.
under any circumstance, this is still an interim budget until we know what we know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be very hopeful that we can make some reversals.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you. Are we ready to move on to the next category?
By next category, you mean,
The next group of expenses, like, is it public safety next?
oh, so you want to go,
No,
you want
are we-
to go all the way
I
through
mean,
government?
actually, we couldn't see some of these on the bottom, so I want to give people an opportunity to see assessor software as a contract, a triannual reevaluation is also an obligation. It was not in the last year's budget. It is definitely, I think it's every 3 years.
It's every
actually-
five.
It's
5
actually
years now.
five now, but 21 is the year we're due.
Okay, why does it say triannual then?
Just
It's-
Because in the Modernization Act of 2016, the state passed, Municipal Modernization Act, they said they were going to let the communities do it in 5 years. And it was always a triennial.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, just one quick question. It looks like the assessor's software support, that additional amount there, is that not the same as the cloud hosting and backup? Is that
That's all of it.
okay. But in terms of naming the line where it actually belongs, it's all together in the software support rather than part of it, which is cloud hosting, right? I believe.
It is,
Yeah. Okay.
but that's part of the support they're offering us, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so any other questions with the rest of this? You want to scroll down a little bit, Matt, please?
Mhm. This next section.
This is all right now under general government.
Right.
Any other questions by anybody on this?
Yeah, I think you need to put that Franklin, the HCOG, FCOG back into the budget, because Ranger will not get his discounts for the purchasing power that they have for all of his stuff that he needs. So before Hampshire Council of Governments disbanded and dissolved, they would have purchasing power where they would get significant discounts for sand, rocks, paving, line painting, salt and sand for the roads during winters, and it saves a significant amount of money to be able to belong to that consortium. Since HCOG has disbanded, now they're going with the Franklin COG, and so that $3,000 I think is worth paying in order for him to get those discounts. Otherwise, you're going to pay probably twice as much as that $3,000 for the products that he needs.
Yeah. Didn't we sign some sort of a contract with that? Am I misremembering that?
We did for certain bids, and that's basically what the difference between Franklin County and what Hampshire County was. Hampshire County charged the dollar fee up front, like a membership fee.
Mm-hmm.
Franklin County seems to be charging it for the programs that you want to participate in. So, whether it's, Randall for a highway contract or bid, or, some other department for another type of bid, they charge you an assessment on that particular bid.
So why wasn't it there in FY20?
I don't believe that we didn't belong to that last year.
But didn't HCOG waive the fees last year?
Yeah.
They did for a few years.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing in there last year. I had actually put in that $3,000 request and I had done that back in, the beginning of the year, when I didn't realize how dire things were, and I knew that we had to pay by bid. So I had looked at it, while it really wasn't a membership fee, that would cover a good amount of the bids. Last year, when Randall got into the bids, he had to pay for it out of the highway budget. So it's a different way of doing that.
So do you think we should put the 3,000 in it or not?
It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. If you put it here, it means that Randall doesn't have to expend it out of his budget every time he wants to access a bid. It would come from that central account. Otherwise, like I say, it's got to be paid for when you decide to partake in a bid.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on how many bids we have, we may or may not reach that threshold. So it seems best to leave it out and pay as you go this year, especially since it's a tight budget.
Or take it out of the highway budget. Ed, can you unmute Marini?
Oh.
She muted herself when a jet was going over.
Okay.
Instead of taking it out of Randall's budget, I'd rather let him manage his own budget and,
Exactly. No, exactly. That's what I mean by that. Like, if it's super important, then that might be where it needs to come from.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That's all I meant by that. Not
Gotcha.
not that we unilaterally do that.
Okay, so let's leave that then where it is. Any other questions on this category? And again, Matt, if you can just scroll down a little bit more, we're still in general government.
Yep.
Technology services actually went down.
Yeah, I looked at them, and again, realizing push is coming to shove, I cut them both back a little bit.
Okay.
What do you have in there for town building expenses? You can't level fund that.
We need to go up so we can see that.
Go up a little bit, Matt.
Matt, yeah, go up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, the last 2 years that we have had to transfer monies in.
We spent for the past 2 years in town hall building expenses. So that's way short of the 21.
Where do we transfer him from?
This year we took it from some money that town clerk had. And then we appropriated more money from stabilization, about $8,000. And then we took a couple $1,000s from town clerk because her clerk only worked her assistant only worked 7.5 hours a week. So she had some money in there. And I think street lighting, I took some from street lighting too.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Well, at this point, I think we're not in the position to actually add to the budget from where we were last time. I think we can sort of flag that line, and at this point, we're actually looking to cut, not necessarily add to. So it may be that we see where we are at some particular point and do another line item transfer if we have to, but right now I don't think that's what we necessarily want to do. We're going through the quick review over the different FY20 level with the contract increases and just see if people have general questions and comments. So we'll kind of hold that comment along with the other ones that we've had and may be able to come back to it.
Or maybe put a star or something near it, Matt, just so we know.
Which one?
The building hall, town hall building expenses. Just put something that won't affect your column, but your total.
I'll just throw
a note or something.
A yellow in there.
Okay.
That good?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so let's go on to the next one then, public safety.
So just so that we're clear here, level funding this with the contract increases results in a $5,400 increase over last year. It's this number versus that number.
But if let's look at what we so far saved going up.
Nothing. 3 in, 3 out.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so the next item is, the next group is the public safety. So this is where there is a lot of wage contractual increases. Again, we're not transferring over any of the ask from the police department. It was strictly looking at what's contractual.
Yep. So those the increases that are shown are considered contractual increases based on the collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
Correct.
Chief Illingsworth put in a great amount of detail into this.
Does anybody have any questions about this? I think these are the firmer numbers that we had asked for last time, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
The police department wages.
Could you just scroll up a little, Matt, please? No, the other way. I'm sorry, down there.
Okay. Communication wages went up. Just to point this out to people, this is the result of, this past year in fiscal year 20, we negotiated pretty much all the collective bargaining agreements. We still have the school outstanding, but it's very close. But we renegotiated the police collective bargaining agreement, the highway, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, highway department collective bargaining agreement, dispatch collective bargaining agreement, and Norris Schools collective bargaining agreement. And the thing that's worth pointing out here is that in each of these scenarios, and it's the same for all of the departments, that despite the fact that we negotiated this last year, it is actually encompassing 3 years of increase. So and the reason why it's 3 years is because it took us over a year to negotiate and finalize those contracts. So it's retroactive back to fiscal year 19, fiscal year 20, which is the year that we just ended. And then we've got to project it forward because we're in fiscal year 21. So it's really accounting for 3 years of contract increases. And if I am off base or wrong, and that's for every one of these departments that we're about to get to that has a CBA, that it's worth everybody knowing that. So when you look at these increases, this is not just a year. That's not what it's encapsulating.
Good.
Yep. And the building inspector salary, we have a new building inspector who's coming in lower, and we had a gap in services for a little bit, so that's why that's less. Anybody have any, or you want to scroll down from here, Matt?
Yep.
Okay.
So, public safety, level funding plus contract increases is a $70,000 increase versus last year.
Okay. You know, I think I made a mistake on the previous column. It actually wasn't a wash of 3,000. It was a total of 6,000.
No, I mean, we got 600 out.
3,600, yeah.
3,000 out. We're down through.
Oh, 600 plus 3. Yeah, there wasn't anything that was an increase.
Didn't do anything
we
here.
talked about it, but we didn't.
Got it earmarked. Yeah.
Did that 3,600, was that included in your figures?
Yeah, so I'll just point it out to you. So down here, I've got a sum total.
Yeah.
We're going to need this total to equal, since we agreed on it, this total.
238. So far, we have $3,600 towards that.
Yep.
And what we saved in the second section, if we're tabbing this.
No, there's no savings right now in the second. In public safety, we haven't cut anything.
Well, no, if you look down with the level funding,
Francine,
yeah,
we haven't cut anything in public safety. There's, what do you want to point out?
go ahead.
The bottom
You got to fill in
column,
this column in order to translate that down. We're cutting off of these numbers, not off of the 20 numbers.
Okay, go ahead.
can you scroll down, Matt, please,
Yeah.
to the end where the numbers, the difference of the numbers is? So
Right.
there it is right there, 70,000.
70,000 of increasing contractually.
Right.
That's our
Over
contract
FY.
increase
Over FY20, yeah.
over FY20. Everything
So-
else is level funded,
So
or
there's no savings. No
everything else is level funded, or we took the savings where the department head
Gotcha.
offered it, but that savings has already been realized. So we still need to. We're going to have to cut further than that eventually.
So even our building inspector savings, our new building inspector, that doesn't really help us that much.
Already built into this.
Yeah,
Yep, that was already taken and assumed that prior to this exercise. This, unfortunately, folks, this exercise tonight is going to be very challenging.
Yeah.
You know, Ed and I, like, there's a lot of people who spent a lot of time on this. Just
Yep.
full disclosure, I've spent 10 to 15 hours on this.
Yeah. So obviously there's
so
somebody.
we're over by 70,000 versus 99,000.
Yeah, I mean, we
Right,
did
right.
realize those savings by doing the exercise we did on
Right.
Thursday, but we still
Right.
need to come up with 238,000 of additional savings.
Gotcha.
Right. It was like $29,000 in contractual increases. So we didn't really, or we didn't offset much because we had so many more contractual increases.
Right.
So let's go down to education then. Why don't you walk us through this, Matt, too?
Yeah, sure. So look, I mean, the way that this goes is this is the town's responsibility for our public education, and as maybe people know, we didn't describe this earlier in the conversation, but public education, both in Hampshire and at Norris, as well as in any other community in the state, involves a mixture of chapter set. Vicki, please help me if I'm going off the tracks here. Involves a mixture of municipal funding through the community, which is the numbers that you're looking at right now. This is how much Southampton pays toward the Norris School. This was the number that we paid last year, $4.67 million to Norris, and $5.2 million. These are general funds to Hampshire. We also paid these other amounts, which are vocational tuition and transportation amounts, as well as down here. Just to show this was the Hampshire Regional Capital Project renovation years ago. So with that being said, there's also a fund that's from the state, which is Chapter 70, which you might remember from the beginning part of this conversation. They chip in a very serious number in addition to the numbers that we chip in. Vicki, I mean, I'm just going to use round numbers. I believe that Norris Elementary receives somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.7 million in Chapter 70 funds, and Hampshire Regional, I believe it receives in the neighborhood of 3.2 million in Chapter 70, and that is additive. So it's you sum the two together, and that's the total amount that the school costs to run on an annual basis. But we're just looking at our contributions that come out of our property taxes for the most part.
Yeah, so you have net school spending, which there's a foundation formula, and it's not exactly an easy formula to understand, where the elementary school and the vocation tuition, and plus the school choice tuition and the charter school tuition, which is on our cherry sheet, which are the assessments of kids going out of district, plus any indirect costs that we may have for the school, such as health insurance, Medicare, and liability insurance. All those insurance pieces get all grouped into one number, and this is what the state says: you have to provide us with at least this number. If you do not, plus or minus 5%, you will get charged penalties and interest and fees. And I remember probably 4 or 5 years ago back, the city of Fall River had $700,000 that they had to pay on top of because they didn't fund their net school spending. So that's where, you know, we have to meet a certain number in order to give the elementary school to meet that number.
Okay, so the increases to the elementary school from 20 to 21 is our contractual obligations?
What's that?
Is the increase, the 48,
Yeah.
4.8 million, those are, that's because of the contractual increases?
Yeah, that's about 156 grand.
Yep. Yep.
And then,
And then-
I mean, you can see that we saved, so I can just talk about some of the savings. So it's gone up 156 grand contractually. Some good news, local school transportation has gone down by quite a bit. Vocational school tuition has gone up. There has been an unbelievable, Vicki can speak more to this, but basically, I mean, this is part of, we have to estimate this because we won't know how many people end up attending Smith Voc or Westfield Voc. So we have to do this based off an estimate, and we use kind of the same formula every single year. Last year we used the 880, and we're using a very similar formula this year. But we also, recognizing that we need to go a little bit further here, we stretched more than we normally do on this. The original vocational budget, just to be clear, is not 1.012. It was actually 1.184. So the request was trimmed already. That those kids are still, we still don't know whether they're going or not. So we're estimating, we already reduced this. We really should be accepting this, but I spoke with Vicki about this at length. We think that we could be comfortable at 982. A lot of this has to do that there's an overwhelming number of kids applying, and at the end of the day, there's just not that much space in the school for all of these kids to ultimately enroll, because there's just not enough, there's just too much enrollment, if that makes sense. So to a certain degree, we can predict off of previous years, but we have to add some because there's a lot more kids that are saying that they're going to go there this year.
Mm-hmm.
So really, the revised number of Smith Voc kids in the budget was $1.2 million.
Yep.
There were 60 kids that applied and were accepted to Smith Vocational, and both of Smith Vocational and Westfield Voc tuitions went up. They're both $18,400 a year. So there's 60 kids that applied and got accepted to Smith Voc, and there's 2 kids that applied and got accepted to Westfield Voc. Now they have to estimate the sped number, so they get charged per service for the vocational, at Smith Vocational for any sped services. But we don't know what that's going to be, so they take an average of what we've paid, what the average of the cost is for the range of those services, and you put it into the figure for, it's $2,500 per student, and with those 60 kids, that equals 24 kids who need some sort of sped service. Now, in previous history, when we've received the budget for vocational tuition, we have historically taken 10 kids away from the acceptance pool and not budgeted for them, anticipating that they weren't going to go to, they decided, oh, I'm going to go to a different school, I'm going to go to Hampshire, I'm going to do whatever. And so historically, that's what we've done, and that's what we've been billed. It's kind of played out in our favor. So that $982,500 actually equals 12 kids and not 10 kids, because we had an exceptional amount of kids that were accepted. You're anticipating that maybe 2 more kids might not go because there were more that were accepted. But part of that is, too, the vocational rates went up. At least with Westfield, it went up a couple of $1,000s. And those rates are set by the state. So we can't change those. That's what we have to pay.
Okay. Any questions on the rest of the school budget?
And there's no charter school? No kids going to charter
Those are assessed on the cherry sheet, which actually comes off of the revenue page. Because if you put them in here, then you're double dipping, and so it doesn't go on this expense sheet.
Okay, thank you.
Because when the state sends us our revenue numbers, the physical money each month, they will deduct the monthly fee for those school of choice.
And just looking at last year's, it was almost $86,000 that went to charter schools according to the latest expense report, the June 29th one. Is that paid for?
Actually, there was $110,000 that went to charter schools, but we do also get money back from the state for that. So
Okay.
there's a wash, not a complete wash, but we do get some of that money back in revenue, so.
Okay, so that leaves a difference of about $37,000.
Yeah.
Any other questions about the school line items?
And Marini,
Yep.
Ian would like to chime in and go back to the police budget and offer some savings and expenses.
Okay, we'll take the savings. Okay.
Okay, I gotta find him to unmute him though. Hang on a second.
And I'm assuming he has, I'm not going to scroll down, but I'm assuming he has video and audio?
Yeah, I can see his video. I can definitely see his, there he goes. He's off mute.
Yep. Can you
Okay.
hear me now?
Hey, Chief. Yep, we got you.
How are you?
Good.
Good, how are you?
Good. Just looking at my expenses last year, there's some savings I can offer, especially with the police expenses and the building expenses. And based on my calculations from what I spent last year, I could likely, and now mind you, I did pinch pennies quite a bit, but I know that I could probably get away with in police expenses, $5,000 a reduction, and in building expenses, about, I would probably say, sometimes it depends on the weather and the heat and the electricity, but I would be safe in saying 9,000.
Wow,
Wow, really?
that's great.
Thank you, Chief. You are
Thank you.
the best to
I just want to add a quick question with Vicky. Vicky obviously has probably got a tighter handle even on the numbers than I do with my own budget, but I think that's where we kind of fell, that I had some surplus this year in that, so I suspect it's going to be the same next year. There's going to be some academy expenses, that's why I couldn't give out some more, but other than that, I think we're going to be okay with that.
Yeah, you're good, Ian. You didn't, I would have to look at the details of all that. The building is a tough one in terms of, does your air conditioner break down? Do you need to fix your heat?
Right.
Those are kind of expenses, so.
There are some things I have to fix, but I was able to fix some of the lighting this year. I plan on doing it, recognizing that, this year is going to be tight. The next fiscal year is going to be tight. Vicky, did you ever figure out about the academy expenses that was, in the line item that was from, I believe it was from stabilization? Can I use that again for the officer that's going to the academy in August?
No, it has to go back to stabilization, then we have to revote it.
Okay. So that's just going to be another consideration of the budget then.
And I know we had an envelope study that was done, that was paid for from Community Preservation Account Historical Fund to do an envelope study of some improvements to the building. I mean, I don't think that would play in FY21. Does anybody else?
I don't believe it will either. Because of COVID, that kind of got held off quite a bit as well.
Okay.
We didn't spend any money out of that feasibility study yet.
No.
Okay. But it's still on the radar, but I can't imagine anything will be spent in this next coming year other than just the study, right?
Right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we have money for the study that's been there for a couple of years and we haven't spent it yet, so it's still there.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
Okay. Well, Chief, thanks so much. That's a huge help.
Absolutely. Whatever I can, wages, obviously that's a tight one for me, but whatever I can do through expenses, and I think that's really, I think I can manage. And if I can't, then I'll just have to come back for more, but I think I can manage with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Wonderful. Any, you want to scroll down there, Matt, and just bring up the, we're already done. We went back to this, right? So we can pretty much move on.
Okay.
And we finished up, I think, with the schools, so I think what's next is
So just overall here, Hampshire Regional Norris, based on last year, based on the requests, accounting for all of the reductions, accounting for the dropping off of the debt, overall school increase is $37,000. That includes Norris and Hampshire Regional on massive budgets.
And just to let folks know that typically there would be a much higher percentage increase over at Hampshire Regional. They've done a phenomenal job in managing also the budget. And they did, you want to speak at all, Matt, to the capital? I mean, right now, as Vicki said, that's coming off. It was based on a Hampshire Regional renovation. And actually that debt then was already, sort of ended, so that's why we don't have any more obligations there. But they did come through with a article for the warrant. There will be an article for the warrant for the HVAC system at Hampshire Regional, and to the tune of about $55,000.
Yep. You want me to speak to that?
If you want to say anything more about it, just so that
sure.
people know.
Yeah, so just to discuss this briefly, this $270,000 fall off was a debt exclusion. Vicki, pick up some details if I missed them. Debt exclusion, quick review, is really, it's twofold. Like it's done outside of Proposition 2.5, so it's not done within the 2.5 confines of Proposition 2.5. So when it falls off, which it has here, it also falls off your revenues. So it's an equal fall off on both. So you're decreasing both your expenses, but you also are decreasing your revenue basis by the same amount. So,
would you see a small pennies on the thousands for your tax rate? It should drop.
Yeah, pennies, but yes.
Pennies per thousand.
Yep, pennies per thousand. Yep. Okay. What else do you want me to say, Rainey? Oh, so then the HVAC system. So, coming up at this town meeting, there's Tammy and Margaret on this call too, so I will hopefully not butcher this. But basically the HVAC system is old, antiquated, and has broken multiple times. Perhaps many people know that the school's had a couple of pipe bursts and some water damage over the years. This is due to some faults in that system. There were a number of capital requests out of Hampshire Regional. That school is now, I think, north of 20 years old. And so now we're starting to get into the time where we need to start replacing things. The capital list initially before COVID was very long. The school committee, along with principal and superintendent, decided to basically reduce that to one ask, which was to properly fix their HVAC system. The $55,000 that we are looking to do at town meeting will be done through our through capital stabilization / short-term borrowing. So it'll be done. We're proposing to do it within the 2.5, and with short-term borrowing. That's what the capital committee approved the other night, and the select board knows that, and that would be our allocation to fix that system. I think it's going to cost a total of, believe it or not, and it doesn't match. I know that it matches this number, but it's obviously not the same size as this project, because this was the Hampshire Regional Capital was a multi-year project, but I think it costs about $270,000. Tammy, you can shake your head if that's right. Right, total is $270,000, and $55,000 is our allocation. Right. There's 4 other towns that are chipping in to take care of that for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't affect this really at all, our exercise here.
Yep.
That won't show up until fiscal year 22.
Yeah. Margaret just put something on chat. I don't know if you want to have her say something.
We're actually holding comments until the open meeting for the public, just for everybody's notification. That was decided just for the purpose of just getting through this.
Okay.
We'll welcome comments after. We're just doing this exercise. A lot of, we had gone through this a little bit before, so now we have firmer numbers. We're just looking at what the variance is on the numbers.
Okay.
So how about Public Works?
Yep. So now we're into Public Works.
So the highway wages are contractual. Expenses are level funded. Building expenses went down a bit. Just so people know, the MS4 stormwater management is a mandate, federal and state mandate, and it's been a pretty big hit for the last few years on the budget. Ed, do you want to say anything about that?
It's a requirement that we move forward. We were talking with Randall today, and I had asked him the question that could we, instead of the 37,275, could we drop this to 25,000 and not be in danger of being in non-compliance with that? And he checked with Ty and Bond, and while there's no definitive answer, it looks like, yeah, we probably could drop this to $25,000 for fiscal year 21 and do what we needed to still stay in compliance.
That's helpful.
Okay.
Another unfunded mandate.
Yes, it is. It's an unfunded mandate.
Anything else on this department?
Hold on a second, guys.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you. It's driving me crazy.
Sure it is. Driving me crazy too. I just didn't want to do it.
I need those commas.
Yeah.
It's that accounting background in the two of us, yes.
Yeah. There you go. You got him now.
Yeah. So the highway wages is part of the new collective bargaining that we just finished recently, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And that was Randall's calculations on it would take to fill the shifts for the both the regular, whether you call it the summer hours, and the winter roads wages.
Right.
Okay.
And just for clarity here, folks, because we're obviously going to be going back up this sheet and coming back down again, probably several times, but this evening. But winter road wages, winter road expenses, they can't dip below collectively last year's numbers, or we won't allow it to be deficit spending.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So these are kind of untouchable here, at least collectively. I think it's the additive nature of both of them. But if you decrease one, you're going to have to increase the other by the other amount. So it's probably just better to leave them alone.
And the tree warden was budgeted at 8,000. We had a lot of storms last year at the special town meeting. We increased that amount. We're going back to the original one to be consistent with what exercise we're going through. Any other questions on this category?
Highway increased over last year 54 grand contractually, but actually contractually increased 54 grand. So far we found 12 in savings.
Matt, I have a question.
Yeah.
So winter road wages are not part of that collective bargaining?
No. I don't think so, Ed.
They're calculated on it, but the deciding piece here is the two pieces of your winter budget, your winter road wages, and your winter roads expenses. You either have to level fund that, or you are allowed to go up on it. Once you actually cut that amount, you can no longer self-declare snow and ice emergency and deficit spend. You actually have to go to the state and ask them if you can deficit spend.
No, I wasn't looking at it to cut it. I was looking at it to understand why we could reduce that amount from the request when we couldn't do that in the collective bargaining agreement for the wages under general highway. That was my question.
Because again, we are allowed, if we exceed that, we're allowed to deficit spend on it.
No, I understand that. The question was, we had the flexibility to reduce that amount because it was not covered under collective bargaining. That was the question.
Yeah, Francine, I think maybe what you're getting at is we're going to have to pay the highway department the same wages, whether it's out of winter roads wages or general highway wages, the same dollar
Exactly.
amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to move on to Health and Human Services.
Yep.
Okay, you want to, yeah, so this is Council on Aging, Health Department, Veterans, and basically it's level funded other than contractual. Any questions about this category?
Why is the Council on Aging level funded is not the same as 20? The other categories are, but that one, like the wages are, the expenses are, but the director is not the same.
This one here?
No, Council on Aging, sorry.
Oh,
Didn't you have to transfer, didn't we have to transfer some money at the end of the year to balance that out from a salary miscalculation, Vicki?
But because it was a 52.4 week year, which only happens in 20. So now it's back to 52.2.
Okay. All right.
Because all the other ones you would have had to change too, but because we had a few more days that we had to calculate for the end of the year for 20, that was kind of an anomaly.
Okay.
So that could be 27,686.
Not a couple $100, but just,
Yeah, good point.
wait, I gotta do this the right way. Hold on. 27,917. So I want to do this in that column. Sorry, I'm not gonna just change it.
Yeah, you gotta subtract one from the other.
Yep.
So.
$231 about.
Yep, 230.52.
There you go.
now you might have some savings in veterans benefits. This year we only spent about $16,000. So you might be able to take $5,000 away from there, because if he were to add one or two more people, that couple thousand, that $5,000 or $6,000 more that we didn't spend this year could account for that. So you could probably take about $5,000 off of those benefits. We don't have as many people as we used to that get benefits. And we haven't paid out the $25,000 in the past couple of years, but we leave it in there because we don't know whether we're going to get new people or not. And the state does reimburse us part of that money, but you could take about $5,000 off that.
Is that 100% reimbursed, Vicki?
No, it's 75%.
Yeah, and you get it in the following fiscal year, not the same fiscal year.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we comfortable with reducing that? Sounds like it.
Yeah.
You want to add that, Matt?
What are we going to do?
25?
Take 5 away.
All right.
Does that bring it to a difference of 15,423?
What?
Are your changes reflected in the difference column?
No, I can, no. These differences here are based on these numbers, which are the numbers above. They're not affecting the cuts here.
Okay, so you'll do that as a sum at the end?
Well, yeah, I mean, basically what I have is if you want to see the sum at the end, we're at 35 grand right now.
Okay.
We got to hit 238, so it's got to be another 200 grand.
We have to hit 238 if everyone's in agreement to the level of change that we're, okay.
Yeah, if we're targeting this 1% Chapter 70 reduction, 3% reduction in government aid, we got to hit 238. I think the only other choice is whether we just level fund, which is 192.
Okay, I don't think we've heard from everybody in the select board about what their comfort level is, so why don't we just continue on and see where we land and then see what we're comfortable with. So the next would be culture and recreation. It's a smaller budget. It's a library, and it's pretty consistent to last year. It's exactly consistent, actually. Oh, no, library expenses a little bit less.
Yep, 1270 in the negative.
Okay.
Is there a reason why the library director wage is not separated out like in the other departments?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Just so it's more visible as the head of the department.
Is that doable, Vicki?
I can do that.
Okay, that'd be great. Any questions about culture and recreation? Okay, the tough category, employee benefits. Tough meaning a lot of contractual, pretty heavy percentage increases. These are these predictions, or are these pretty firm?
Those are all, well, they're fairly firm. As far as the health insurance goes, if you got a lot of people that change plans, or depending on if you've got new people that come in and replace people that the new person picks up a plan, the old employee didn't have it, you can get some volatility there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jen, I don't know if she's on here, but she went through it again and tried to take out, she tried to do this as conservative as possible.
Yes, she did.
She's gone
through this multiple times.
Yep.
And tried to chip wherever she could. So this is multiple iterations. I mean, these are unfortunately the untouchable numbers here. These sections on employee benefits, debt service principal, and then the corresponding debt service interest. Just for clarity, that 141 here on employee benefits, 25 grand on principal debt service, 9 grand on interest, and then we're down to the bottom.
Okay. Any questions on any of those final categories by anybody on the select board?
Can you go back up a little bit, Matt?
Yeah, where?
So the WPAT bonds, scroll down a little bit, the 20,200, as I'm pointing to the screen and no one can see.
Yeah, I see it. We see it.
That has to add, you have to add $7,500 to that, because we had closed out another $150,000 worth of borrowings for the debt service payment, but that will come from another funding source, so it gets offset in the revenue page. So we have to appropriate money from the monies that we collect for the money that we loan out money so people can update their sewers.
Yeah.
What do I have to do here, Vicki?
You need to add $7,500 to that.
But then can I add $7,500 to every one of these revenues?
Let me just look at what, yes, you do have to add $7,500 to those revenue numbers.
Okay, so if I do that, I can do that right now. I'm allowed to do that?
Yep.
Okay, so hold on.
Because it has to be appropriated at town meeting to pay off the debt, but it gets appropriated from the monies that we've collected from the people and the interest that they paid back those loans. But we had closed out that last loan amount, and the payment's due this fall.
Cool with what I did, Vicki?
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on.
Do I need to change? No, I don't need to. That doesn't correspond to anything down here in interest?
No.
Okay.
No.
Matt, just a quick question. Do you have to change the fiscal 21 request? Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for, yeah, thank you. Yep. Just so it doesn't look like we're yep. So we're at 35 grand. We still need to somewhere between these two.
We need almost 200,000. We need 200,000.
Yep. And again, this is based on a little bit blindly going in. I think at this point, I'm going to ask if anybody that's a school committee member or department head would like to offer any additional clarification or any questions.
I have one question first. Matt, in your revenue numbers, you've included in this budget money for debt exclusions for the Norris School, the $98,400. I think it was
Wait, what?
$98,400. So remember we had a debt exclusion for all the capital items at the Norris School?
Debt exclusion. Yeah, well, Ed fixed this, right, Ed?
So you put that in there, but we need to put those numbers in the debt exclusion in the revenue page also.
I did.
He did.
You did? Okay, I just want to be sure they're in both places.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
put in, I put in the 20,237.83.
Okay.
Yeah, all of these numbers, Ed and I worked on this for like 5 hours today, but like, yes, thank you, Vicky, for coming up with that, because
I
Ed,
wanted to be sure it was in both places, because that would be $1,000.
I mean, it was actually amazing. It was like a bit of good news. Guys, it made a $20,000 positive impact. These numbers were all $20,000 more about a half an hour before this select board meeting. So we have Vicky to thank for that. It was a debt exclusion versus short-term borrowing thing. So we got to add $20,000 in revenue to our numbers. So it helped out. But yeah, Ed translated that down, and that's what you're referring to is right here.
Okay, so at this point, are there any department heads or school committee members or any other people that represent these departments that would like to clarify or ask questions about any of this thus far before we discuss this, what level of cuts we're comfortable with and how do we get there?
Hey, Rini, John Lumber just chatted saying he's ready to speak when you want him to speak.
Okay, so Ed, you have to unmute him. Can you go over to the school?
Everyone, so.
Okay.
But interesting enough, I still see a bunch of microphones there. Yeah. I don't think the unmute is going to work.
Hey, I think it worked for me.
It worked for me.
Yeah,
You have to accept
maybe
it.
John muted
Oh,
himself.
maybe they're self-muted.
John Lumber, can you unmute yourself?
No, he's shaking his head. He can't unmute himself, so he's.
I can probably speak if that's okay with
Oh,
John.
he's good.
Oh,
Okay.
So just to add some additional information is, I just want to clarify an earlier point.
So John, can I just mention that you're the chair of the Norris School Committee?
Yes,
Thank you. Okay.
And Matt, could you just scroll up to the education section?
Sorry, yep, sorry. I was trying to scroll to John's face, which I couldn't.
now it's big enough on the screen. So, John Lumber, Chair of the Norris School Committee. So just two clarification points that I'd like to make is, I think what I heard earlier, and if I was mistaken, I apologize, but the $4.8 million general fund number is a cumulative number. Any Chapter 70 funds that the town would receive would go directly to the town to reduce the town's piece of that.
Got it.
Doesn't
I'm
come
sorry.
to the school as to be above and beyond that.
That's correct.
Regional gets the money because they're their own legal entity, but Norris does not. The second thing is, I found out at 5:20 tonight that the Southampton Teachers Association ratified the contract. The school committee still needs to do it, which will happen Monday night at a special school committee meeting, hopefully, or at least we'll take the vote up. So I would offer that if the select board was willing to defer any action on Norris tonight, let us take it up Monday night, apply the collective bargaining agreement should we pass it, understand your position that you ideally would like to see a reduction, see what we can come up with, and then get that back to you Tuesday morning for your Tuesday evening meeting. And we've already posted our meeting. I'm happy to let any select board members participate. If your body is open to that.
Yeah, Matt's our liaison. So what do people feel about that? I mean, it sounds to me pretty reasonable.
I would
I agree.
It seems reasonable to me. It's just worth, it does make this evening's exercise a bit challenging because we won't be able to.
Well, if the board, I don't want to jump in front of you, Matt, but I mean, if the select board wants to give us a number, a target to shoot for, I make no promises that we can get there. I mean, I guess in a perfect world, you'll ask us to find 5,000. I know that's not what you're going to ask, but there's a difference if you're asking us to come up with 10 or 15,000, or if you're asking us to come up with $150,000. Mm-hmm. So maybe by the end of the night, if you could give us a target, and I know all the committee members are behind this in attempting to, we would rather go to town meeting in agreement with the school budget.
And so would we.
Have our budget be voted down in order to get their budget. We'd rather be on the same page.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, John. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks, John. And actually, Matt, you're the liaison to local school, but right now we don't have a school committee, a select board posted. So if there was a lot of interest, you'd have to let Ed know right away, so we wouldn't have a quorum of 3 members there. So if there are other people that are interested, please be sure to write to Ed. Any other members of the
it looks like
heads or any?
There's several people on chat down there, so yeah.
Yeah, so if I can just talk real quickly about New Hampshire Regional. This is Margaret Larson, 9 David Street, and I'm a member of Hampshire Regional School Committee. So Matt had mentioned that we just kind of said, we're going to put the kibosh on our capital intentions for the year, and that's essentially true. We were able to get a grant for $12,000 to cover the blue safety lights that are meant for areas of the school where it's either too loud for them to hear, or for our hearing impaired students, or for students who are outside in case of fire drills, etc. So we got a safety grant for that. So that's still happening. The item that I know will come up in the future next year will be replacing our fuel tank. Our chemical tank. And that's where chemicals from our, can someone hear that noise? Is it just me?
We need people to unmute, if possible, or,
Okay.
There's a lot of,
Sorry, I thought maybe it was just me. So we have a chemical tank outside that is near our water tank, and there's concerns about when students are in the chem lab and they're putting chemicals down the drain, that there is cross-contamination or other things that we're worried about, as well as the fact that tank keeps filling and it needs to be emptied. So we will need in the next probably 2 years to make that $70,000 expenditure for that. But everything else we've been able either to pay out of our own budget, or we're just putting off. The other major item that we all are concerned about is our curriculum, because our curriculum in some cases is 15 years old, including our foreign language curriculum. And that was on the list this year, and we have to put it off. So we're doing what we can to, accommodate the budget situation. I'll also say that 3 of the 5 towns have approved the budget, and Goshen, is that right? Goshen is coming up.
Right.
Tammy?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and us. So we're the last 2 at this point.
And the indications that we had, I think, from the Goshen contingency is that they were likely to pass it. Is that correct?
Yes. So Goshen is subject to an override. They have a number of things that they're trying to deal with, including broadband upgrades, and I believe they have some vehicles they have to support too. So they have a whole host of things, and if they don't have the override, then we're not sure what's going to happen in that town. But they feel like they will probably be able to pass it.
Okay. Margaret, thanks very much for that clarification about the capital. I see that Gregory is also a school committee member and would like to be unmuted. Ed, are you working on that?
Yep.
Yep.
There we go. Thank you, everybody.
Hi.
All right. Good evening. I just wanted to say that in terms of net,
Ed,
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. This is Gregory Bennett, 307 College Highway, Southampton, long-term member of the Norris School Committee. I've been around long enough to have seen the last time that we had to go through this budget cutting process, and I'm not sure if someone wants to pull up the actual metrics and the stats, but it really seems to me as if in the past, many of these budget cuts were disproportionately placed upon the Norris school system. We still haven't even barely fully recovered with the number of educators until just recently when we enacted the plan last week for the last year for the language-based learning curriculum. So I want to say that we are among the lowest in the state for net school spending for educational expenses. We're at 109% of the net school spending. And while that might sound like a lot, compare it to, say, Westhampton, which is at 177%, Goshen, which is at 152%, or Williamsburg, which is at 164%. I serve on both Norris School Committee and Hampshire Regional School Committee now for a couple of years. And the competitive disadvantage that our students are at entering into Hampshire Regional compared to these other school systems that can invest into their children's education is really sad. I mean, I know we have to cut the budget somewhere, but I really think that if you're going to be doing this to our elementary students at Norris, you really are looking at this very short-sighted and are cutting out the future of our schools.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And actually, we're going to be deferring to the local school committee to look at this on Monday. And so we'll look forward to what you all, come up with. It's going to be very collaborative, hopefully. Any other members of the department heads or committees in town that want to speak to their departments?
Maureen, Ian Illingsworth from the police department. Matt, could you just scroll up to the police department so I can jot those numbers down that you have?
Sure. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes. Yep.
You want your new total?
No, that's fine. I'm just looking at the wages. Okay.
So at this time, we're only entertaining questions. We do have an open time for the public, which will be coming up on the agenda. So at this particular point, we are only asking for feedback from school committee elected members and employees and department heads relative to their own budget. So we will be happy to unmute anybody when we have open time for the public. It is a draft, like we said, and we welcome people's feedback. But
we have someone who wants to speak.
I told you right now. Did you hear what I just said? What I said was that we're welcoming comments by...
Yeah, I'm on the school board.
But he's on school committee.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. That's what you have to let me know about. Sorry, so you're on the Norris School Committee too?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that, Austin. Go ahead then.
No worries. So I'm Austin Rogers, Norris School Committee member. I just wanted to echo what Greg had said. I think by... I think Allison may be out there somewhere too, although her thing isn't labeled. By all of us showing up to the meeting tonight, I think it kind of goes to show how strongly we feel about our need for resources this year, especially in light of the pandemic. The challenges of our school are significant, and in reality, we need probably more funding than we are requesting in order to deal with the additional challenges that we have. We're trying to deal with some unbelievable requests from the Department of Education in order to keep everyone safe at the school. And there's not, it seems like there's been a massive attempts to keep the budget as level as possible while honoring the fact that we're in contractual negotiations and looking at increases in some of those things. And also our costs are just going to go up relative to the mandates that we have in order to keep our students safe. So, the more we cut, the more our students will suffer. And we like to keep that as minimal as possible, recognizing that there are no departments with insignificant services to our town, but our kids are vulnerable and every dollar counts. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, speaking for me as a member of this committee, I think that our committee has been very focused on education. I think both schools have done a phenomenal job. We remember last year and that, the override year, like pretty painfully going through the budget and really trying very hard to fund that new program, to fund the new van. I mean, I do think that people are, generally in support of the school. I mean, a lot of us have had kids in the school in the past and had really positive experience. We know that Norris and Hampshire Regional are special places, and we want them to stay that way. So thank you, John and Greg and Austin.
We have Principal Plutas out there as well, also wanting to speak.
Yeah, I don't know if you want Lucy to go first. I know Lucy was asking to be unmuted before I asked.
Okay, do you mind, Lucy, if we just start with Principal Pluta, so that since we're speaking about the school right now, and then we'll unmute you too. Why don't you go ahead then, Eliza?
Okay. Hi, Eliza Pluta, Norris School. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate everyone being here, especially the support of the school committee. I know that we have work to do. I know we can look over the budget and find some places to possibly cut a little money, and I know we're going to meet on Monday. I just want you to, again, it's kind of what Austin just said. Pre-COVID, this was our budget. This was the budget we asked for prior to us being out of school, prior to us having to find 3 different ways of going back to school, whether we're in person or we're hybrid or we are remote. And when I think about all the expenses I have to go along with that, I just don't know how it's actually going to happen. Everybody wants one-to-one devices or an increase in laptops. We have 112 laptops at Norris School, and we have 488 students. So even if we were to go back to remote learning or a hybrid model, which is hybrid would be some of the time in school and some of the time out of school, we would love to have the kiddos in school on a laptop, teaching them what they will learn while they're remote learning, so that there's a consistency between in-school learning and out-of-school learning, and have them take those laptops home or those iPads home and then get on the platforms which I've already purchased, which is Seesaw for students in preschool to 3rd grade, which is an excellent online platform for students to continue their learning at home, or Google Classroom in grades 4, 5, and 6. But without having the number of laptops in order to do that, it's not going to be, everybody wants it to be so much better, and I'm going to really try to make it better if we are out of school. But it's kind of hard to do that when you only have 112 devices in a building with 488 students. So, it's hard. We're applying for a grant, a technology grant that would get us more laptops at the district level for all schools. I also have some CARES Act money that I'm going to be using for different things to keep our kiddos safe when they come back to school, PPE, stipends for teachers to do some summer work in order to prepare to go back to school so that we're ready. And I'm also going to use some of that money for a few iPads, but that'll be about 10 iPads, but it's a start. So, I just want you to know that I know that my budget is not line item by line item. You don't get to see every single thing unless you come, to a school committee meeting where you've seen that. I appreciate all the other department heads and the cuts that they've had to make, and I know that we'll get together on Monday and do the same.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maureen?
Mm-hmm.
If I can just follow up.
Yep.
Sorry, John Lumbrough. I think through the work that Ed has done with the Green Communities Act and all that, if that's the right term, we're going to see a conservative savings of potentially $1,000 a month in our electric bill, starting in September, assuming that the work's all done in August. So that's $9,000 there of potential savings in our electric line. And then if I agree with Vicki, you can't look at this year's number because places were closed. But if I go back to last year's budget, we underspent that line by just under $6,000. So if I add those two together, there's potentially $15,000 in utilities that isn't coming away from student services. So maybe if you guys give us a placeholder of $25,000, that's 15. Now we got to find 10 as a start. It would be good if you gave us a target. So
yeah.
Can you reduce by 25,000?
As we inch closer here, let's use this as a starting point. Is that reasonable?
What do you mean, Matt?
What?
25.
25.
Yeah.
Just what he said.
Okay.
I mean, we got to get closer, and John, we appreciate that a lot.
Yep.
Okay, so Ed, can you unmute unmute Lucy, our town clerk, please?
I don't see her listed on here.
I think she's an iPhone.
Yeah, the iPhone.
Yeah.
Do you have audio and video, Lucy?
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Lucy.
Hi. I just had a question about the legal line. Can it be reduced from 30,000 to a lower number, 25 or 20? Because does it have to be that high in the budget?
Well, I think the problem is that we actually held off from doing some bylaw reviews and a few other things because they all have to be approved by KP Law. And I think that, you know, I don't know what the history, Vicki, are you still on the line?
Yep.
It's hard to tell though, because at different years when we have different activities and so forth, I don't think it's necessarily easy to compare year to year. But what are your thoughts, Ed and Vicki, on that, on reducing the legal by $5,000, $10,000, $15,000?
It would be tight. We spent $29,000 this year, and there were some things we held off at the end of the year because I knew it was getting late. And I mean, theoretically, you could. A couple years ago, I think we added a 25, and I think we ended up maybe adding to it. But I mean, if you reduce it, you can count on there's going to be no bylaw reviews in fiscal year 21. I know that let's see, planning board was working on some zoning updates, so they probably would not be able to be reviewed to be brought forward. So I mean, you can, and you're just going to limit extremely what we can do.
Well,
in cases when we've paid KP for the same thing more than once. Like we had a annual town meeting in February, and we had one article, we paid them to review it, then we had to re-vote on it for whatever reason, and they had to review it again. And that's $1,200 twice. If they approved it the first time, why do they need to approve it again?
And
so that's the things I think we need to look at.
And any questions that have to do with elections should not be brought to KP Law, because elections I have my own. They have their own legal department. Michelle Tassinari is the director of the legal for elections. So any election questions should not be brought to KP Law at all. So if we're being charged for election questions, then that's, part of the problem too. So
I think it's, when we have had, like when we had the Clearwater Woodlands, we had legal expenses involved in the purchasing of the land.
But that came through CPA.
That came through CPA, right. I mean, if people are comfortable with cutting that down, it just makes me a little nervous, frankly, because you never know what's going to come up in any given year. But what do the other select board members think?
I'd rather cut that than look at personnel lines, at least at this point in the budget review.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Cutting the legal line.
I think we just need to maybe look at a different law firm altogether, which we've talked about in the past, or maybe find some free services. Department of Revenue Law will give you opinions on a whole slew of financial information, and they do it for free. So I think we should just maybe look at something.
Yeah, we did use a different attorney for the Clearwater Woodlands, someone that was pretty experienced when it came to land purchases and such. But I agree, Vicki. I mean, that's been something I've been talking about quite a bit. I have to say that KP Law has been extremely helpful with all the COVID interpretation of a lot of legislature and action. So I have to give them that credit.
Yeah. Is there a way though to sort of split services where we might find somebody local that could do some of the smaller kinds of work? For example, I don't know. I don't want to minimize the bylaw review because I'm on the bylaw committee, but certain things that are not maybe such a heavy lift, like the legal issues around Clearwater or something like that. Could we maybe have some other way to help cover but not necessarily always go to KP.
What level are people comfortable with? I personally think 10,000 is high as a cut. You know, I would be comfortable at 25.
Do you do 5?
5 is
I'm
good.
uncomfortable with cutting it. I'm fine with going to 5 personally. We always either overspend this or we hit it right on the head. I mean, we at the end of the day, we have legal expenses.
Yeah. Yep.
We do.
I mean, it's
We
just a
either overspend this and transfer into it or we hit it.
But what about Chris's idea of looking at another firm or local people who can help with the less complicated issues for us, or the less legal exposure for us?
Yeah. So
I think that'll be a discussion for another time, and we can certainly add it as an agenda item. I think
Okay.
we're all local lawyers, and I think we definitely should do that. But if everyone's comfortable with being at 5,000, let's move on from here. Is everybody on the select board comfortable with 5,000?
Yes.
I'm okay with it. I just want to say one thing to that. Like at the end of the day, if we do explore this, I personally do not want to be paying somebody to learn the law. And that you can get into a lot of trouble with that, or you can get into, that can happen when you start looking at local people. They don't know the law, and then we're paying for the hourly service for them to learn it and then give us the advice.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have some of that with KP Law, because there's been times before you guys were on the board, they gave us an opinion, then they gave us another opinion that was totally different from their first opinion about the same instance,
So maybe this.
It's definitely been a mixed evaluation with KP, and I think that would be a thing that we need to do. If everyone's comfortable with reducing it by a little bit, that's a big help, and we'll look to do something about who we use and how we go about legal review after this exercise at some point. So is there anybody else in the line that wants to speak before we then decide as a board what level of cuts or percentages that we're going to strive for?
I think I saw Barbara Golden.
Yeah, I just like to see the library line.
Barbara Golden is library director.
Yes, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it, Barbara, or do you want me to zoom in?
I see it. So that total would give us the accreditation, I think. 6.8. Level funded plus contractual.
And remember, Matt, right, that Memorial Day one in the FY21 request was wrong, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's the total for the whole group.
My understanding is that this is a typo, but
Yeah.
I left it because I couldn't confirm it. Maybe Vicky can, but I'm not sure why this was a $3,000.
It's only supposed to be 200.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
200?
Yeah, it was a typo.
That's fine. And then this right here were savings offered. This is where the difference is. It's right here. Savings were offered in expenses. So we took the offer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 113.
Do you want us to give you time to do the math and come back?
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math. Thanks.
We can come back if you'd like.
That would be great. Thanks.
Okay. You let us know when you're ready.
Okay.
Anybody else would like to speak to this? Okay, so let's go down. We'll wait for Barbara to come back, but let's go down to the bottom then and relook at the numbers and see if people would like to comment around what level of cuts they're comfortable with. Again, this is all somewhat speculative. We don't want to be hopefully drastic, but we want to be responsible.
So
go ahead, Matt.
So look, I've spent an unbelievable amount of time on this, probably too much. And the rest of this is going to be very hard, in my opinion. I've looked at this for probably over 15 hours. I'm functionally laid off at this point in my life. And I'm a numbers guy, and this is right in my alley, unfortunately.
Well, fortunately for us, Matt.
I guess.
Thank you.
So here's what I would like to do. There's a lot of people on the line. There's department heads on the line. I just want to do an exercise to show you all something that I played around with. At the end of the day, what I'm about to show you is not going to get us to the 238. Okay, we're still going to be a long way short. But if I show you the math on an exercise, it might stoke some discussion. You might think, Matt, you're crazy. No way. You might. I tried to think about this in as balanced of a way as possible. And I'm trying my best is all I can say, everybody out there. Like, you can see how far we've got to go here. We're still well north of 6 figures off. So if everybody is okay, I'm going to run through some math here. It's going to take me a few minutes, and I'll describe what my plan is initially to you all, and then I'll show you the math, and then we can discuss it. Does that work?
Sounds good.
Okay. So here's my initial plan. Now, there was already some things that were offered up here, particularly by Ian, and I appreciate that, Ian, and I will factor your concessions into what the exercise that I'm about to do, because it's...
And I want to give credit to Ed Gibson, too.
Exactly, Ed, too. Mm-hmm. So the initial... I've done a lot of analysis on this, but I'm just going to do the one that I think that we should do first. It's just my opinion on this, but here's what I'm going to do. Here's the way I thought about this. So I looked at, to do the following analysis incorporates police, fire, EMT, and highway. What it looks at and what it's going to total are the wage columns in each of those sections, the expense columns in each of those sections, and dispatch is included in this. And it looks at a 3% total of those items, and it includes expenses too. So I'm going to do this in a column that's beside here. I'm going to show you what 3% looks like. And Ian, I'm going to factor in
3% cut in wages and expenses on those 3 departments.
Wages and expenses in each of those departments based on.
But they're not contractual ones, right?
We're going to be pulling off of this column, level funded plus contractual.
Okay.
Okay. Just going to show you the math.
You're suggesting a 3%, or you're going to show us a 3% cut on something that's contractual, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just for discussion's sake, and honestly, like I do have school and then library, so nobody's going to be left out here based on what I've thought about, especially if we're trying to give the school a directional number. But I'd like to start there. It's not picking on anybody, because I have ideas everywhere here, and all of these are very hard. And I struggle with this because there's part of me I wish I hadn't spent as much time on this, but I can see that we're all struggling here. And so there's part of me that's like, well, I have spent too much time thinking about this, and I kind of want to just do the best that I can to try to make this as equitable as possible. And so if anybody thinks that this is not equitable at all, speak up. I can take it. I can hear it. But I want to run you through this math to show you what I did. Again, it's not going to get us there, but if everybody's cool with it and wants to give me a few minutes, I'll show you the math. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, go for it.
Can I just say, while Matt is doing this exercise, that I don't think there isn't anyone who's on this call who doesn't know someone who has been furloughed, or whose salary's been reduced, or who's actually lost their job during this time. And the good news for our town is that we've not had to do any of those things. And I think hopefully where Matt's going with this exercise is, what can we do so that we avoid that?
Yes. or as much as possible. That's what I'm trying to do. That's 3%. The total here is, just so that everybody knows how I'm doing this formulaically. So this right here is the total, and this is 3%, okay? Now, with Ian in particular, he's already conceded 14 grand, okay? So I'm gonna subtract that from the 28.
This is 14.
Right, and he's owes 14. And so for the sake of discussion, since he's conceded these so far, I'm going, just for discussion purposes only, I'm gonna take the 15 out of wages. Okay? Is everybody seeing that math on the board?
Okay.
Just acknowledge that my math, that I'm doing this right, okay? So now I'm going down to fire. We're doing fire wages here. We're doing fire expenses here. And then we're going down to EMT wages here. And I'm gonna bring them up. And we're gonna do ambulance expenses here. Okay? That's 3%. Call it 16 grand. Okay? You would split this across those columns, but for the sake of this argument, and I don't think that we would do this, but I rather than do the 3% out of each one, we'll take it out of wages now, okay? Mm-hmm. And we'll deal with dispersing it later, because obviously 3%, or that 16 wages is not 3% to wages. So we following so far?
Yep.
Yep.
16 there. If we come down to highway, do the same thing. And we just did general highway expenses because the other ones, that's what I did. Let me just make sure that that's how I did it. Yeah. Okay. For you, Vicky.
What?
I just made that a currency number. So we'll call that $12,000.
As long as it's a comma, I don't really care about the dollar sign. As long as it's a comma, I'm good. This needs to be a comma.
And okay. And that's that. And just for starting here, my initial start point on this earlier today was this 35. I was with Ed on that time, so he can confirm.
Is that based on a percentage, Matt?
It wasn't. No, I don't have line item detail here. And honestly, at the end of the day, the school's going to have to figure this out.
Well, we're gonna have to figure it out. We as a group.
No, well, I understand. We're going to have to figure out the total. We're going to have to figure out the total, and they're directionally going to have to figure it out. But I just want to do what I just did.
There's
Austin, you got to mute yourself. We're in board
provider
time.
relief for people that bill Medicaid.
Austin Rogers, can you mute your line?
You might have already gotten it because your center bills Medicare.
Do us a favor and mute that. Thank you. Okay, so here we are. Let's go down to the bottom.
That's pretty substantial.
It's absolutely substantial.
Yeah.
But we remain north of 6 figures off. Okay, and that's 3%. Expenses and wages, police, dispatch, fire, EMT, and highway.
What if we were to subject the cuts to the other departments that we could? Where
Well,
would
that's
that?
the thing. That's the thing. So where? Show me where we could, starting at the top.
Well, I'm just wondering about the other offices, whether it be assessors and unfortunately library and council of aging and.
Okay, we can do that. You just got it, because there's, there's like for instance, I'll just use an example. So Ed.
Yes.
Fell on the sword here, but he's under contract. He doesn't have to do that. He's ultimately going to have to agree to this. And of course, by offering it, he agrees to it, but he's going to have to sign off on that. So we can't be touching people with contracts. So Rini, I'm happy to do that exercise, but at the time that I was doing this, I'm not aware of people like Ed.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if you know the people that we can take three, that don't have to necessarily agree to it, because I don't think we should be drawing assumptions that there's other people like Ed on the line.
Yeah.
Like we can't, I don't think we can be taking 3% from people that have a contract, because we can't guarantee that they're going to agree to it. And that's not responsible math right now.
Right. Okay.
At this point, the reason why I did it this way is that the department head, unfortunately, is going to have to work within their budget here.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other departments are there any other departments that would this process apply to?
What about Board of Health?
Could apply to?
Board of Health?
You want to go to Board of Health? Guys, I just want to say one thing. There's 5 of us on this board. And we still have 6 figures of hard decisions to make here. This can go as long as you want in the night. I'm not trying to be cold. I let off with a hard decision. I have other ones that are ideas. They only get worse. They only get more heartbreaking. If you folks want to offer them, that's fine. I'd rather not be the entire idea bad guy here.
Yep.
But this is going to get into people, in my opinion. And they can be faceless in wage and expense columns, or they can have a name and a line. I mean, I'm really not trying to be super dark and cold here, but we're looking at still, even with what I just did, which I think you were all holding your breath, we're still looking at 6 figures.
Can I just ask 2 other things? One is, Barbara, did you want to chime back in about the library? First of all?
So I think Ed knows this, that the Mass Board of Library Commissioners does expect more libraries to have to apply for waivers because this amount is under our MAR, or municipal appropriation requirement. As long as we're cut for, the same as other departments, as long as there's not a disproportionate cut, we could probably get a waiver, which means we would still get our, annual money from the state, and then our patrons could use other libraries, do interlibrary loan. But if we're disproportionately cut, then our patrons could not use the other libraries, and we wouldn't have the interlibrary loan or the money from the state. So it's all about proportionate, with other departments. And Ed has the more information on that, right, Ed? I sent that to you.
You sent me, yep.
Yeah, so basically, it's compared, they take out things when they're doing the formula like debt service, education, and they work from the adjusted budgets for each department. They have this whole form for each department that they calculate the percentage of cuts. And if it's disproportionate, we would be out of luck for a waiver.
Okay. I don't know if we're too far along to ask this question of all the department heads and let them make that decision. If we give them a number, a percentage, let's say, or are we?
I think I personally would have to see, what that number comes in at. I mean, I think
Right.
it is different. Some of the other departments are very different. At this point, I'm just going to ask Janet Kane if Ed, if you can mute her. She is the chair of the Council on Aging.
She's still muted.
Mute. Okay, am I on now? Sorry.
Yeah, you are, Janet. Hi.
Sorry about that. I have to rewind. Janet Kane, Glendale Road, Chair of the Council on Aging Board, and also a member of the Board of Assessors. So the Council on Aging Director position was mentioned, so that's the only reason I'd like to speak to that, in that position is a grade 5. The range of that grade 5 position minimum should be about $23 to $24 per hour. The position today pays $20.40. To cut that particular position to get a few pennies at a time where it's not even meeting the minimum recommendations by the PPPB just doesn't seem to. I can understand not increasing it, but the wages in there go from $20.40 to $29 in the same grade 5 stretch. And I guess I'd just like you to consider that before you make that decision to cut.
Matt, can you scroll up, please, to the Council on Aging, or wherever it is?
Sorry.
Thank
right
you.
there.
So what you're saying, Janet, is the 27,000 is not even the lower level of the grade 5?
Grade 5, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know we're trying to get not even the mid-range, but a low range within that grade 5 scoring. And that's where we came up with the 33,000. I understand this year that's probably an ambitious request, but I do believe that to cut a position that's not even paid at the minimum recommendation for the grade would just be unfortunate. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks, Janet.
Again, the range goes from people that make $20.40 on the low end to $29 and change on the high end. Same grade range, I guess I just feel like there's a disparity there. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to where we were in terms of even with these 3% cuts. Other select board members would you like to propose where to go from here, or also going down to the very bottom again? Are we committing to a certain level of cuts to present to the town or to request department heads to look at? Are we all in agreement that we're looking at one of two levels of cuts?
I mean, what you initially started with, really, the 1% Chapter 70 and the 3 in the general government, to me seems like a place to start with. I'm afraid it's going to go higher, but at least it's not so low that we're going to have to make up another 100 or 200,000 if it goes up.
Mm-hmm. How about Chris and Francine?
Yeah, no, and just to reiterate, that whole insurance and whatever category, none of that is touchable, right? All that retirement and insurance and all that stuff is the category right above this. There's nothing doable there in terms of combining insurance plans or doing something different.
No.
And on the health insurance, is that a projected cost, or have they given us the rates, firm rates?
We have the rates. That's working off the rates.
Okay, thanks.
Like I say, what it doesn't take into effect is new people coming in, they pick up programs, or people that, might be on a single program that, get married and change to, a family or a +2, or go from an HMO to a PPO. Yeah. And I'll say it, you're at a point now that really, to close any significant gap, you are looking at, wages or positions, and whether that's starting at, taking a look at cutting hours, for people like administrative assistants or what have you. But that's really where we are at this point. If you want to get up, or think we have to get up to, a range of somewhere around $200,000.
Yeah, right now, if I did the math right, we're still looking at 120,000. Am I getting that right? 238, 121. If we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
Going for 238.
Be about 120.
120, 01572.
Oh, sorry, that was a negative number.
Yeah, we're about halfway there.
Yeah.
Halfway.
Rini, mind if I say something here?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, I think I'd say we're probably thinking about it, but the Norris budget is the largest budget there, and they're going to have to make some cuts in their budget. And John Lumbra and Margaret, I think it was Margaret, or Austin, said they're having a meeting on Monday. So, I mean, if they know that we're looking at a bigger number than just, say, that 35,000, when they meet on Monday, they can have that in mind and really go through and see where they could help us bring this number down. I mean, we can't be naive enough to say we're going to get that kind of money out of the small departments without decimating somebody.
Yeah, one of the things we asked about is about the net school spending. Do we know at all where we stand in terms of the current budget and net school spending?
You really wouldn't until you actually see what is put out as far as state aid goes.
Okay.
I can't say of going back and look at, and I think the last one that's on record is 19 of, looking at the compliance reports is, yeah, we do spend more than net school spending at Norris, but not a whole heck of a lot, maybe $500,000 or $700,000, a year.
Yeah, I mean, I think
your net school spending for 2021 is $6,050,207. That's what's on the DESI website currently as what is projected as net school spending that we have to meet.
Right, but that's based off the governor's budget.
In February, right, change.
So you can't really go with what you have.
Yeah, right.
So, and this isn't huge dollars, but can we take the $1,500 away from selectmen expense minutes and just have the admin assistant, Judy, listen to the minutes just like Catherine does and type them in? I mean, it's not a lot of money, but, if Catherine actually just listens and watches the meeting and types them up, why can't Judy do that too?
I would be more in favor of doing it, that we do it rotating on the select board.
I don't think so. I'm not in favor of that. I mean, I'm willing to make cuts, but I spend sometimes 5-hour select board meetings and a lot more, and I'm not, My
That's
job
fair
is
for
to
the
say that-
chair, but then maybe the other 4 can do the minutes on rotating with the exception of the chair. I don't know. It's just an idea.
Judy do some of them.
Can I just make a suggestion or ask a question? Matt, what would it look like if you just did 3% to each department? What would the bottom line look like? I mean, you did it to the ones you selected out and you just selected, their expenses and their wage line, but just, off the bottom. And maybe it wouldn't even have to be 3% if we did it.
That's easy. I'll just do it. Then by that model, you just do it off of this number.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, because it would be too hard to do it under like veterans versus Council of Aging versus.
Yeah,
Board of
but
Health.
it would be equitable.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't possible. Mostly because you've got, there's your $500,000 is 3% of our entire.
All right, so then do 1%.
You can't cut like retirement.
Yeah.
Your health insurances.
This is not
Of the ones that you can cut.
I'm just saying you work off that sum of accounts.
Okay, and what I'm suggesting here is that if we came to some kind of a percentage number and gave that direction to the department heads and let them go back and see what they could do with it, rather than us sitting here and making those decisions.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I think that the department heads have came up with their recommendations, and the way that I look at this is like, where are the increases? And if you scroll down by section here, like there isn't much here in municipal government. If you go into public safety, there's a little bit more, so 70 there. In education, 35 grand on a $11 million number. I mean, highway 54. I mean, so all of these increases are just disproportional. So I don't necessarily agree with an apply all percentage at all.
Yeah.
That disproportionately affects
the smaller departments.
The bigger number of departments. And I understand the law of percentages, but that's not. I don't think how this works.
I don't think that's fair. I think that would be, really very disproportionate when you get down to the smaller departments. You've taken it from where the biggest items are in the budget that we can see that we have ability to impact anywhere.
Yeah. No, I think we're obligated to make the hard decisions here.
I've been saying right along that, the place where I work, which is Valley Health System, which is a health system, but nonetheless, I've mentioned it multiple times in this painful process that our CEO took a 25% cut in pay, senior leadership 10%, all managers and directors 10%. Many people were furloughed and a number of jobs were not returned. So the comment was made earlier that we have not had to do that at all. And at this particular point, I don't know if we're going to be able to avoid it. So I don't know whether or not there are positions, admin assistants, if we can look to what could we possibly do, because usually it is in the wage line where savings can be found.
Okay, so
could we look at hours, in terms of hours of some personnel, like you said, the admin assistants or whatever, and to see if that's a 19-hour position, could we make it 15, and would that make a difference, or 10?
Okay,
whatever.
So since 2 people have already brought this up, I'm trying to I really want these ideas to come from the select board, but you guys brought up something that I've already done the math on. Ed and I did the math on this together. And if you'd like to show it, I'm happy to show it. It's painful and heartbreaking, but again, it's for show. It can be reversed. This is just a draft. The analysis was, again, the goal here is to preserve service as much as possible. Obviously, preserve people as much as possible, too. This one is getting into people, unfortunately. But I can show you the analysis of removing all admin assistants, if you'd like.
Now, why would we need to remove? Why couldn't we reduce hours?
I'll show you the removal first, and then we'll do the reducing hours. How about that? It's easier to remove because the math is easier, but then we can go with reducing hours. The reason why I'd like to show you it that way is it doesn't get there either. But I can show you something if you want me to do that. I'll show you, and then
Well, just a question before we probably need to go there, but I'm just wondering, is there anything else? I mean, there may be other items. I mean, I don't know that whatever, our internet security services or our photocopier services or whatever, where we can combine forces and get a better service, better rate on anything if we're combining these more than they perhaps are right now. I'm not even sure that I know that that's true, but I mean, $15,000 for postage. Can we do anything differently there? I have no idea, but are there other items that we could look at that are other expense kinds of items before we hit the personnel items? And I don't know. So Ed, you'd have to tell us.
Not that are going to add up substantially.
Yeah.
I wish that the answer to that so much was yes. I really do. Do you want me to run through another little exercise?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, just a little math here. Vicky, let me know if you disagree. Ed, let me know if you disagree. However, you both, we talked about this, but so just if we do layoffs and furloughs, and if we're talking about admin people at this point, we don't garner the entire savings on the line because we self-insure our unemployment. So the number that I was provided with is 60%. We would save 60% on the line. So for instance, if the person was making $10,000, we can't take the $10,000 in savings. We can only take $6,000. That makes sense?
I'm not sure I understand that, Matt. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
So if a person makes $10,000, if we lay that person off or furlough that person, we need to pay the unemployment.
Right, so we're going to have to
our
add
own
an unemployment line.
So we'd have to increase our unemployment line by about 40% of that. So the savings associated with that layoff is 60%. Does that follow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll show you. Again, this is hard and painful. This is full layoff, and we can go from there. This is the amount of savings on a full layoff, okay? That's 60%. I'll just do it actually so that you can see. Okay. I'm going to put these in red because we don't I personally don't want to do this, but I mean, it's not that I don't really want to do anything, but here we go.
But she's not an admin assistant, just to clarify, so.
It's just for the sake of the analysis.
Fine, you just said admin assistant, so I just wanted to clarify that. So that number in red is the number we'd have to cut, or that's the number that we would use?
That's the amount that we would reduce. That's the amount that we would reduce in our budget because we would reduce it by 34 grand in this case, and then the difference. But then the difference in the layoff, you got to pump into the unemployment line. Just so that, actually, this one's not correct. This one I can't do that math that way because this includes 2 people, and this is a very rough estimate. But this is more likely the savings. And just to be clear, this includes assistant treasurer and admin to treasurer. This 14 savings is the admin, which I know.
So why didn't you cut the assistant treasurer collector?
Fair enough. We'll do that.
My accountant, so you might cut everybody.
So there's no way that my department can run without any assistance.
So that was the thought, just to be clear.
I mean,
That was the thought. I'm going to leave this for this. Yep.
We're always behind. At this point now, we can never catch up. So with, cutting them, I mean, it will be impossible.
I think everybody's going to have this. So here, this is just for the sake of discussion, Jen.
Not at the same level, but no, I understand. You're just.
So this number, just to be clear, is not both of your people. It's one of your people. Okay.
Okay.
Admin only. Okay. One person. Not both.
So then the question would become, if you cut that person, and they are over 20 hours a week, do you also cut their insurance?
Great question.
You would have to.
Below people by 5 or 6 hours, and they're down below the 20 hours, even if they work 20 or they work 30 and you cut them and they're down below 20, does that mean we take away their insurance too?
Nikki, we would have to take away their insurance because we can't keep them insured if they don't work at least 20 hours.
All right, I'm just asking the question because I'm just curious.
So, yeah.
So then you have to take those savings away from the insurance line too?
Yes. Yep. We could do that.
And then you have all those people quit because they need to find other jobs. So then you save all the money.
We were this is looking at laying them off, right?
This is full layoff.
Yeah. So they would be leaving anyways.
This is full layoff. The 40% difference here.
Oh, this is full layoff. Okay, I misunderstood you. Sorry.
Okay. So I think, let me just double check.
You missed the Council on Aging.
Did I?
Yep.
And the fire department as well?
Fire department doesn't have one.
Highway.
And my assistant, I don't even have an assistant anymore, so with elections coming up, it's going to be really rough if I don't have an assistant in my office. It's bad enough I had to close my office this week.
I think we all are aware about difficult this is, and I think this is an exercise we're going through to see what the
There's no admin line item here.
Matt, how can you cut the health agent? That's not an assistant. That's a totally different function, no?
This discussion here, Chris, all of this, I'm certainly not king of this castle. I'm just doing some math for you guys. That's all.
But it's not an assistant position is my point.
Oh shit, did I lose it, Brianna?
What do you guys want to do here?
Jen.
Leave it or,
I think we should leave it for now. I think that we've talked about, when I was on the Board of Health, there was an admin assistant and a health agent, and I think that we need to look into whether or not there can be cross-training in that department.
So how do you want to handle the health department right now?
I think leave it as you just did for now.
As I did like just now, it's blank, or add it back in?
Add it back in.
Okay. We still aren't there. And then just for the sake, 65.
You can't do that much of a hit. I mean, I can't imagine.
We're warming up to it, but now, okay, so now what do you folks want to do?
I'm not in favor of that, what you just did for the school. I mean, I realize we got to do something, but with everything that is unknown about going back to school or not going back to school and all the scenarios that they're going to have to deal with, that just does not even seem in the neighborhood of reality.
Okay, so then let me offer something else, because I'm with you totally, Chris. I'm sure you know that. So I don't think that that's within the general realm of reality either, but I also don't think cutting all of the admins is in the general realm of reality either, or the 3% to the expenses and wage lines to the department. I think that all of those personally are extremely hurtful in various different ways and certainly affect people.
Yeah.
I'll offer something else that I looked up. And
Okay. That'd be fine. I just don't want, I think Norris is on the short end of all the primary schools anyway in the district. And we've got to do something, but I really am.
And I agree. So the only other thing that's been on my mind here is at the present time, library runs 6 days a week. It runs for a total of 38 hours across all those 6 days, Monday through Saturday, closed on Sunday. If you look at the hours of the library, which we can all look it up on our phone, Friday is their least open day. I think it's 3 hours. There are some days where there's extended opening. There's more hours than not. And then they're open later, like out till 8 p.m. I also looked at closing the library for 2 out of the 6 days, taking Friday and probably Wednesday. Wednesday's a midday opening. Friday's kind of a midday opening. You leave the weekend for people to go. You leave the late offering hours on Tuesday and Thursday, which you take in upwards of 24% of the total hours and reduce that budget on the wage line commensurate with that.
All right, but Matt, you just heard Barbara explain that if the library, and this looks like it would be treated disproportionately to everyone else, that they would A, lose their state funding, B, we would lose our accreditation. So then you might as well just not have a library at that point.
Well, so it's worth discussing this, and I'm certain. Look, none of this is targeted, but we are in COVID times right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but our library it might not even be open, and then there's the whole thing of going in and touching public books and transferring public. I mean, there's part of me that wants to maybe have the discussion of how much is the library going to be utilized, and at the end of the day, like, guys, the hope is that we go back to normal soon, and that the state does the right thing with all these revenues. I mean, my intention on all of this, none of this is forever. I mean, my gosh.
So
none of this can be forever.
Yeah, there's a couple of comments.
So Francine, to your point, like, and you did mention it, like closing down the library. I mean, some of these things, like, am I in favor of fully closing it? No, I'm not. But, I guess it's probably worth having the discussion and the topic question of, yeah, we might lose our accreditation, but can we get it back next year when we boost it back up to where it needs to be?
You closed all the essential services.
What's that?
Did you just close? You were talking about the library. Why? You could include all the non-essential services that the town has.
Again, these are just I'm
just throwing that out there because it's kind of dire needs here.
Well, what kind of savings if it was? I mean, a Friday, for example. What kind of savings would there be?
What I can show you, what I can show you based on what Ed and I looked at today. Hold on. So this is absurdly rough math because, and some better math would need to be done on this, but it's currently open 6 days for a total of 38 hours. If the library were to close on Friday, the least open day, and Wednesday, the second least open day, you would lose a total of 9 hours in the library out of 38. Okay? That amounts, let me just do that real quick. That's basically 24%.
20%.
That just puts it all in jeopardy.
Yeah. Boy.
I think there's a lot of things in jeopardy here.
Yeah, but when you've got certain things that have accreditation by the state, I think once we start going down that slope and you lose that accreditation,
it'll be hard to get back.
Get it back in next year.
My original question, Matt, was what are the savings at 1 day, the 3 hour?
Well, that's 10%. That's just call it 10%.
Maybe I'm maybe unmute Barbara and let her, maybe.
He is unmuted.
Oh, okay.
It's Barbara. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, if we lose accreditation for 1 year, we don't necessarily get it the next year. It's a whole process, and it's over a 3-year period of time. We may not get it the following year. Also, we're already open with curbside pickup, and we're talking about opening the library in September. Not our regular hours because of sanitation and things like that, but the library is serving the public right now.
Now, Barbara, can I ask you about Friday? I keep asking about the Friday. There's 3 hours on Friday. All the other departments have taken at least a 3% cut. Would the Friday amount be consistent with a 3%, or is it more or less?
Okay, well, first of all, we've already been cut from, has everybody been cut from what they asked for? We were already cut $2,817 from, you know, what.
No, we didn't really look at the ask. We only looked at contractual with level funded. So we were not basing it on ask. We were basing it on FY20.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we were cut, and the cut means we lose our accreditation now. The question is whether we can get a waiver. And I already told you about that. So if as long as the cuts are proportionate, we can get the waiver. That's what the MBLC said. But if it isn't, we won't get accreditation, and they don't necessarily give it to you the next year. You have to go through a whole process. Ed and I would have to go to Boston and speak with the Mass Board of Library Commissioners and so forth.
Barbara, can you explain to me what the activities are on Friday? And Matt, can you do the math, please, on 3 hours versus...
okay, so Friday is one of our busier days, I think, because of the weekend. If we had to cut hours, it would probably be Monday, cut some hours off Monday.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to hear.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, here's the ultimate question. Obviously, totally up to you, Barbara, as to where the hours come from. But if we're talking about equity here, my understanding of the equity is that it has to balance with police, fire, dispatch, ambulance, highway. Right? Those are the.
Yeah,
those are the
I understand. I mean, we're all going to be cut. I understand. But if you cut us, what you were talking about before, that would be.
This is 10%, but this is 10%. But remember, highway, EMT, police, police, fire, ambulance, EMT, highway, we're 3% right now.
Right, and we would be 10%, so that would put us out of a waiver.
What would be the 3%?
Yeah, so 10% is disproportionate.
And I'm just going to do this, hold on, because this is what I did too. That's the 3%, which is equitable to highway, fire, police.
Yes, 3%, as long as it's not disproportionate, that's what MBLC said, that we could probably get a waiver.
So before we go any more, because at this point, we haven't even said whether we even support the administrative assistants or anything else, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things that have also been included in the chat discussion is, one, what kind of level of an override are people willing to accept, if any? Yeah. And number two, we do have funds, operational stabilization, free cash. We have consistently told by the Department of Revenue that these are not to be used for balancing the budget. And I know there's a lot of feelings in this board and historical about that fact, whether it be now or in the fall when the numbers come in. So I just wanted to open up the discussion for those two conversations.
So two things for me, I'll lead off. I would support some sense of an override, for sure. Desperate times call for desperate measures. With that being said, we absolutely need to balance. We need to obviously present a balanced budget, which is why we're doing this exercise. So sure, we can go for an override to try to level everything off, and I'm totally in support of that. And that would be, frankly, our override would be, what would our override be? It would be 238.
So leaving everything essentially at level funding and
leaving everything at this number, which is this entire column, which we haven't changed.
Okay.
Which is basically everybody's contractual increases and level funding everything else,
Yeah.
none of the cuts that we just talked about, you'd have just to get to this, which is where I think we've agreed to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go for a $238,000 override.
Right.
You know, and one thing, Rainey, and I think Gregory brought it up, is this is the year where with the schools, what they're asking for really won't even cover what COVID is going to introduce for additional costs. So it's kind of a rock and a hard place for this particular year. And a 2.5 override is permanent. So I wouldn't mind using some of the operational stabilization, which I believe there's a little more than 400,000 in there now.
There's pretty much exactly
404.
404,000.
Oh, well, not that, but okay.
To me, that's an emergency fund. And, you know, if we're going to have to drastically cut the schools or the other departments, I know town clerk, the assessors, treasurer, I mean, they bring the money in, so they need the staff in order to do that. So I'd rather use operational stabilization money to bridge the gap now until we know what's going on.
Yeah, see, for me, John, and I hear what you're saying, but for the sake of argument, this isn't where the state's coming in. And
Okay, can I hear from Chris?
To use op stabilization now, I think, is absurdly irresponsible. We're going to
Can I
be
hear from
somewhere
Chris
in
and
these
Francine about their feeling about either of those things?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought, I mean, I hear Matt saying that that's not where the state's going to come in. I guess my first thought would be to lean more toward the stabilization account, just because I think an override, and people have been so taxed personally this year has been so tough on people. I don't know how well
I don't think we're going to support it.
I don't know that an override would be, you know, supported. I don't know. I really don't.
But if we did, excuse me, but if we did the math on the override of, let's say, just round it up to $240,000 or $250,000, it may be 20 cents per thousand or 10 cents per thousand. I don't know the formula. Vicky knows that to calculate. It could be a rather negligible amount. It could be. It could be. Or we could share it, you know, by using some of the stabilization money and then a smaller override. A combination of the two.
Maybe that's an idea. I mean, I think we, you know, as somebody started to say, we don't know, John said, I think we don't really know what the costs are going to be for the school, but it seems to me that just getting, you know, ready for this, whatever in the new era of the new COVID classroom is going to be, I mean, if anything, maybe we use some of the stabilization money for that, and then override for the rest. I don't know if you can split it like that, but.
I think an override, I mean, I'm just aware of a lot of people that are out of work, a lot of people that have been hurt very badly by this.
I agree.
I wonder if we can get our number to 200,000 and take half of operational stabilization, at least until until we have the numbers in the, you know, in September, October.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
This is the risk that you with taking money from operation stabilization. It is that when we have a bond rating from S&P or Moody's, they look at how much reserves we have in our bank account, basically. If you reduce that, our bond rating is never going to go up, and it's going to be constant or go lower. And if we're potentially needing to borrow $1.6 million for that bridge, you're going to have to pay for it with, you know, higher interest rates, and they might not even let us borrow that money. So that's a risk we have to take, in that we don't have a whole lot of reserves as it is now, and that's why our bond rating kind of stays stagnant, because we don't have enough reserves for their comfort of level to say, okay, if something happened with the town, we'd be able to pay those back. So that's just a risk that you would have to run.
That's a good point.
And if you were to use a $250,000 figure for, this is just quick math, for an override, it's like 30 cents per thousand. So based on the valuation of our equalized valuation of our houses right now. So, for what it's worth.
Can you just repeat that last figure? It's how much per thousand based on the current values?
Just doing the math in my head, it's about $30 cents per thousand.
Wow. And Vicki, can you explain how much did our, people don't realize it sometimes, but our taxes actually went down in the previous year, and by how much?
From in 20?
Yeah.
What was the rate in 20?
It was 1631 or?
1592.
Okay. That's a reduction, wasn't it like 1612 or 1631 or something?
Because we had we had increased our values, so our rate goes down.
Okay.
So our values used to be around 752 million. Now they're at 805 million. And we did have, so that, when your valuation goes up, your rate goes down.
Oh, boy. Is anybody following the chat here?
Oh, I am. Yep.
Okay, that's some significant dollars there.
I'm I feel the need to like defend myself here because like I'm heartbroken by all of this, and to a certain degree there's part of me that feels like I'm leading this, so like and I don't want to, but at the same time it's I'm here, I'm in this to win this, and we can go all night as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't matter to me, but like this is going to be hard. Just to say a couple things, like I'd love to do an override personally. I really would. Is that going to pass? Because essentially what we'd be doing in an override, just to be clear, is we'd literally be protecting everything in this town. No cuts, no furloughs, no decreases in payment. And while I obviously don't know the exact facts, I know the world that I live in. I know the world that my friends live in. I know the world that I feel like most people live in. And most people have been very severely hit by this in their pocketbook. And so by going for an override, which again, I fully support, it sends the message that the town doesn't bear any costs to any of this, whereas the majority of society absolutely has. Okay. And by the majority, you can pick whatever the majority number is, but for me, I feel like it's north of 80% that have been whacked by this. And so now you're going to preserve the entire town. Nobody takes a cut, nobody takes a hit, nobody takes a furlough, which is in complete contrast to public society. And then the taxpayers have to pay more, and they're the ones that are getting cut, furloughed, and it's just, I'm just trying to speak as kind of a human being, like optically selling that, and I'm a salesman. I can't sell that. Like, I'm not selling that. That's damaged goods, in my opinion. But and it's hard and cold. But I don't know how that computes. And then with regard, I just want to state my opinion on cap stabilization. I think it's completely irresponsible to use that at this time. We're trying to hit a number that isn't going to come close to the cuts that we're going to get. We're somewhere in here, guys, for the cuts, and we're trying to hit this. And if we shoot over half of our op stabilization now, we're not going to have any. And so we need that op stabilization to hopefully in the fall be able to not do anything, to stop the hemorrhage, to stop it where it is, and to use half of it then. And then if we need it, and then we'll have 200 grand left maybe. And that's good business practice to reserve some of that. If we use half of it now, I assure you, just to get to the 238, we're going to be using all of it by the end of this year. Okay. And that is completely irresponsible, and also not in line with the public either. So like I'm vehemently opposed to op stabilization right now. I'm sorry to have to say that, but like that money cannot be used to prop up a budget. And at this point, if we're considering not doing anything, then we're shooting for the 192. That's total level funding. And so if you guys want to use op stabilization, the only thing I'm going to agree to is the difference between here and here. the 192 and the 238. Personally, that's just me, because this is the true number that that factually we need to hit this year. And in a normal year, this is somewhere between these two numbers is where we have to hit. And so that's the work that we're charged with doing. That's what we were elected to do, not to dip into op stabilization because we know it's there. And op stabilization, for that matter, and all of these accounts are nowhere near where they should be from the Department of Revenue standpoint, like not even close.
Right. I mean, compared to other towns, no.
Our op stabilization account should be over $1 million.
Yes.
And it's 400,000.
Right.
So I'm sorry. I know that this is hard. I know that this is heartbreaking, but you know, and the ideas above can change. They absolutely can. We can take it from somewhere else. We can do different math. We can apply different percentages. I'm happy to stay here all night and do the math here for everyone. But we got to at least come up with the 238. And we got to do it without op stabilization. We got to do it without taking shortcuts. We got to do it without making the hard choices that we were elected to do. I'm sorry to preach to you, but we were elected to do this. This is the hard part of our job. If it was easy, you would, you know, that's not why the people elected us.
So we got awarded $546,000 for the CARES Act. And I know they put together, you know, Ed and the emergency management director and the chiefs and stuff put together a budget and submitted that to the state for some of that money. Now, if I'm understanding it correctly, Norris falls under the jurisdiction of the town, not necessarily the school committee. I mean, not necessarily Hampshire Regional. So out of that $546,000, is there 200 grand, 150 grand you can give to the schools for their COVID-related expenses that they may need?
Yeah, but that's all separate from the budget.
Correct, but I'm just saying they wouldn't need to put it in their budget. Not that you want to cut them anymore, but if you,
but they didn't.
You know, concerned about what's in their budget now needs to cover that. Well, maybe the CARES Act can cover that, and they can use that money in their budget, you know, for something.
So you're absolutely right, but just to be clear, none of their increases include any COVID dollars, just like it doesn't at Hampshire Regional. That's all going to come from CARES, and these numbers don't include COVID-related stuff. If the CARES Act doesn't come, they don't get any extra funding. It like these numbers don't include.
I know, I understand because I reviewed them, but I guess I'm just saying, like, there had been conversations from people on the school committee and the principal about getting, needing extra money for the CARES, needing extra money for the COVID stuff, and maybe they would have to tap into the budget for that. Well, they wouldn't need to if we portioned out the CARES money to them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just a separate bank. It's not our general fund. It's not our general budget.
I totally understand. So.
It's the same for me. It's the same concept. I'm not in favor. Just like I ran on this, and it's poor business practice. I'm not in favor of propping up our budget with things like cap stabilization, op stabilization, grants. Like that's very poor business practice. Like you get in a very bad jam doing stuff like that. You have to live within your means.
I guess I didn't explain myself, but that's okay.
Yeah, I understand what you were saying, Vicki. You were talking about offsetting some of the funds.
Yes.
So the task we have then is right now, I think it's what we've done is drastic in my mind, especially when it involves cutting positions. But down the bottom, I think where the number we came up with, and I believe the school at this point, you had somewhat put 35,000, which is very difficult for me to see there. But on the bottom, are we at the point where we're going to say, okay, we're at 220, we need to get to 238, we're going to fund it this way without an override, and then if we, I think, the voters need to decide. Do we then say then 238, 121 or thereabouts would then be subject to an override? So are we trying to get to like 18 something more or 17, 18 more? Are we going to live with these particular cuts that are already listed? Are we going to have another discussion about operation stabilization? free cash or anything else? How much is in free cash? And Vicki, how is that also a hit to our borrowing capability?
I can tell you this.
I asked Vicki, hang on. How much?
$20,205.
Okay, well, that's not going to do much. Okay.
Because the books aren't closed for this year to get it certified for next year.
Okay.
But they get all of our reserves. They even look at how much money we have in our OPEB account, which isn't nearly enough to what we need to have. So it all plays into that effect. I mean, they realize that free cash is designated for one-time purchases, not necessarily to prop up your budget. So if you had items that you needed to use for that, one-time purchases, that would be okay, but I wouldn't use it to prop up the budget either.
What I think we're overlooking here is that if in the next couple of months and a half, if we don't get control in this country over this virus, we know that we're probably going to have to spend more than what's been proposed in these budgets to get education back and underway. Yeah. And I think that's the elephant in the room. This is like, these are minimum numbers here compared to what it's likely to be. Yeah. And I don't know how and when we prepare for that. I know we're waiting to hear from the state's waiting to hear from the federal government. And we're not alone in having this problem, but this is affecting each and every one of us and everyone in this town. Yeah. And we need to be looking. I'm not saying at more cuts. I'm just saying a bigger dollar.
Yeah. I just one quickie on the school cut that you put in the line there, Matt. That's just for Norris. That has nothing to do with Hampshire Regional. So it's only cut on Norris.
Yeah, because everybody, Ed, Vicki, anybody. At this point in time, Hampshire Regional is voted on by, let's just run through this story. Hampshire Regional's run 5 towns, 5 towns share in the budget, 5 towns vote on the budget, 5 towns pass it at their annual town meeting, and I'm under the understanding that 3 towns have already approved it.
Yeah,
maybe 4. And in order to not pass it, it requires 2 towns to not vote on it. They did not ask for, you guys, you can see the increases in the school here. Like, we're talking about an $11 million line. They're asking for $37,000 more.
Yeah.
That has to be meaningful here. They're way under the other departmental asks in terms of a percentage increase. Like, they're doing their part here. So, like, I'd love to open up Hampshire Regional again. It's just it's not possible, because you can't. What are you going to do? If we vote it down contractually and by the law, you need to have 2. So it's not gonna create a revision. And I don't think Hampshire Regional could, in good conscience, go back and re-revise their budget when the other towns have already just done the painstaking effort of doing their town meeting. There's no way in hell they're going back to town meeting just to approve a Hampshire Regional budget again.
I don't think so, and I don't think they should have to. I think they did a phenomenal job putting their budget together, and it came in at a lower level than they've done in many years, and it's already 3 out of 5, and I think we're just going to live with that.
And frankly, and just to defend them, so did Norris. Norris's budget stayed exactly the same from pre-COVID times.
Right.
Their overall budget increased $156,000. Under 2%, and that includes the contractual increases.
Right.
And we're still taking 65 from them, which I'm not comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm not comfortable with it at all. It's an essential service, and I can offer my other opinions on this, but at the end of the day, the hard work that we're charged with doing at this point in time, given how hard this is what it is in our own individual hearts, and what we listen to the populace on what's considered an essential service and what isn't. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to be so strong on this, but there are aspects of our budget that is not an essential service. Now, if we want to run down the list and tell the public what our priorities are, I'm happy to do it. Because
Yeah, what I'd like to do, Matt, at this point, if it's okay with you, is I would like to just go down the school committee the board members. I mean, we've talked about an override. We've talked about trying to get to the 238. We've talked about trying to get to the 192. We've talked about cutting positions. We've had some voluntary cuts that have already been made. We did some 3% for some departments. I just want to hear from everybody individually as far as what are you willing to support at this particular point? So, Chris, what are you willing to support at this particular point?
Good question.
Somebody else want to start then?
I'm happy to start because, you know.
Matt, let me just hear, I want to just hear from, we're pretty clear, like you've done a lot of work here. Let me just hear what people are thinking about your, what you presented, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I think, you've done a phenomenal amount of work here. It's certainly a tough decision. I don't like the idea of, the total furloughing on the assistants. I would rather see some median ground of, X numbers of hours cut rather than, complete wipeout. I just don't, I would like to see the idea of an override. I just don't know that the population would go for it, given what everybody's had to live through over these last few months. It just seems like it's an incredibly extra burden that people would have a hard time supporting. But I don't have the experience with how this has been done in town before like you guys do. It's sort of my first time through this, but I hear what you're saying about not using the stabilization accounts. I mean, Vicky's point is well taken, that we can't risk losing our bond ratings, and that will affect us later on down the road. So we can't be short-sighted. I mean, we've got to be thinking about, whatever decision it is we make, what is going to be the long-term consequence of whatever we do, because we're really shooting in the dark here. So.
Yeah, if I can speak up, I mean, if you follow the chats that have been going on during this whole meeting, you've got people pitting, department schools against each other because nobody is going to win in this situation. It is going to be drastic. I'm not a big Prop 2.5 override fan, but to me is if we present it and tell the residents what's going to happen if it doesn't pass, they get the choice to decide. I mean, last time it took a lot of people getting out there promoting it, and it passed. Again, we get one vote, I think, and rather than decimate, any of these departments too much more, I would rather put it out to the people because after all, they're the ones that are going to be paying the additional amount. And I think if it's 30 cents per thousand, if my math is right, if you got a $400,000 house, what's that, $120 a year more? Again, some people may say that's not a big deal. Other people may say, I need that 120. But again, I would rather each person go in there and check a box themselves to decide. And in the end, we'll have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. How about you?
I'm still okay with using some of the operational stabilization. I know Vicki said that it may hurt our bond rating, but right now, we got the schools hurting, we got the departments hurting. I would rather take some of it, not all of it, take some of it to help this out right now. And, the bond rating will come later on. Because COVID, the banks know that we're having issues with COVID and it's a different situation. So I think they look at that when they do the bond rating too.
Well, I think that I would be comfortable with leaving it to the voters to either cut $200,000 and would have to come up with how we were going to do that, or use $200,000 of operational stabilization, or do an override for that amount. But I am not comfortable with $65,000 from the school. In fact, I don't think the school should be cut at all because Hampshire Regional is we're going to end up paying for Hampshire Regional, and that's going to come out of Norris. We all know it. This is the history of Hampshire Regional and Norris, and we're trying to get Norris up to where Hampshire Regional has been. Because of the formula at Hampshire Regional, we are often sort of dragged into the budget, and I have to give a lot of credit to the school committee who has really tried hard, and the principal and a lot of folks there, but I'm not comfortable with taking money out of the schools. I think we should try to cover the 238, try to get it to 200,000, cut 38,000, and then instead of 238, find $38,000 worth of savings, which I think we could do not without, too much difficulty. And then present it to the voters, take $200,000 from stabilization or do an override for $200,000. And this might not even be the beginning of the cuts. But right now, until we know revenue figures, it just seems drastic and it feels sad and everything to just cut without even knowing. I think it's going to be worse, but I'd like to make those decisions when we know the numbers.
Rini, not to come at you here, but by that logic, that means that you would use op stabilization in a normal year.
This is not a normal year.
But the numbers down here show what a normal year is. In a normal year, forgetting about COVID, just even if you went off the governor's budget, which is insane, that's like that. I mean, that's that's absolutely getting cut because it's got to go through the legislature first. So, but let's just, for the sake of argument, you got to find 155. What you're suggesting is, and I'm just going to be direct, is really irresponsible. Like you're saying that you'd find 38. That this is literally the least amount that we would have to find this year in the absence of COVID. That's what this number is, 155 grand. And there is zero chance that you'd be sitting here. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I doubt very much that you'd be suggesting to use op stabilization in a normal year without COVID. And that's what the 155,000 represents.
Matt, I'm suggesting using $200,000 of operational stabilization in a drastic year, and that's kind of what we're in. I don't support cutting the schools at all. I would have a hard time at this particular juncture cutting so many positions. I mean, a lot of the rules that we've had before, we have had a lot of forgiveness and variance allowed because of COVID in some of our regulations. I like to believe that maybe the banks will be a little bit more forgiving. We're going to have more. If we're going to have more cuts, then let's make those cuts when we know the definite numbers. Why can't we cut $38,000, which we're probably already close to with all the voluntary or what we've already come up with, and go to the voters and say, do you support taking $200,000 from operational stabilization, or do you want to override for it?
I don't. Okay, go ahead, Francine.
No, I just wanted to suggest, the schools are putting together these hybrid models of various factors, and I'm wondering if we couldn't do the same. Could it be a combination of cutting expenses, not personnel, but cutting expenses, using some of the stabilization money, maybe 100,000, and going for an override for the balance? And that way, we're essentially leaving it intact, and I'm not talking about including the school here, that comes off the table, and see where we are and see what people go for. There wouldn't be too much pain in any of those scenarios for each of those individual scenarios, but collectively we could make up the $238,000.
So Francine, you're not saying either override or stabilization. You're proposing a combination of the two.
Right. And along with cutting expenses.
That's an option too. I think what we kind of forget as we go along is that 238 is the number we kind of put our finger on.
Right.
We probably all think it's going to go up a lot higher than that. So.
Yeah.
I mean, and then that begs the other argument here, just to play this out a little bit and project it out a little bit. We're already a couple months into the year. Whatever the state decides is going to be retroactive to July 1st. By the time we get our act together and can get back to a town meeting, which is obviously after the state makes its decision, and we do a special, there's a chance that we're 5 to 6 months into the year, and we've already paid these people. So then, just to play this out a little bit, when you're halfway through the year and you didn't make any layoffs at the beginning, and you didn't do any of this work, which, by the way, there's a little bit of a compounding effect on this now because we're already 2 months in on a 112, so we've already paid some of this out. But if you go 6 months on that, if you had to lay off 2 people now, you're going to have to lay off 4 people then to get the difference back. So again, I'm back to, we're practicing poor business practice here. We know that there's going to be cuts north of 238. We're going to need every dollar of that op stabilization, and we cannot continue to use the op stabilization the way that we have in the past, which is exactly the wrong way. It's part of the reason why I ran for this office. We use op stabilization too many times. I'm not going to give the latest example, but it was a 6-figure example of op stabilization to balance our budget. It's ludicrous. It is very poor business practice. I'm sorry to be so strong on it, and I'm totally opposed to it. And to your point, Rini, I'm opposed to all of the cuts on this sheet, and in particular, obviously Norris. But you know, this is hurting people. I mean, this is hurting our children. This is hurting our people that work in this town. This is hurting everybody. But at the end of the day, do we want to do the hard work now, or do we want to double down on the hard work later? Because this is only going to compound if we let it go 6 months and try to stopgap this with all of the people that we have here. You can't go 6 months into this. It'll be 2 people for every one that you need to do now. It's hard.
Well, I also think that there's a tremendous amount of unknowns regarding revenue. I mean, I think what we heard from our legislators is that they are hoping to get federal dollars, the HEROES funding for the states, and it's a huge amount of unknowns. So it's also very difficult to propose these level of cuts when you're not even sure where you're going to land. So
then let's shoot for this. Let's shoot for the 192. Or if you really want to deal with facts, then shoot for the 155, which is the governor's budget cherry sheet, which includes 1% increase for Chapter 70 and a 2 to 3% increase to unrestricted government aid. That is totally insane to do that. But that is the only factual number that's out there. If you want to go by that logic, you're either shooting for 192 or 155. If it were me, I'd shoot for 192, level fund, which is the same strategy we're employing, basically. Preserve Chapter 70, preserve unrestricted government aid. Everything else is unbelievably irresponsible, like, in my opinion. And it's not in line with the public. It's not in line with the public's dealing with either.
Well, do we know what the public feeling is, or are we going to find out when they vote? And if we give...
No, what I'm suggesting is like, I know what I'm feeling. I know that I'm basically fully laid off. You know?
Yeah.
I know that my wife didn't get paid for 5 months through this entire thing. I don't know what you folks are dealing with, but I do know what my family and friends and my really close friends are dealing with. And I know what the high-level executives at my company deal with. They all got a 15% cut in their pay. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be so rude here, but like, I mean, I know the world that I live in. I don't know if you guys live in a different world, that's okay. But the world that I live in is that people are struggling.
That's very honest and very realistic, and that's sort of what I said. We've had the good fortune of not having to do that up to now.
Somebody like, we're doing the best that we can, like that we, you know, whether it's us or the town or the citizens of this town, the taxpayers, like they should get credit for that. Like, we've taken this as long as we can, as long as we can go. For me, this is where it ends. It's not, because we're going to do this exercise again, as hard as this is to say. If we hit this 238, this is not the cut, guys. This isn't it. It's more than that. And if you don't want to look at that one, then look at the 192. But don't go to the one. Don't say that, like, I mean, please don't, like, don't start using op stabilization. The 192 is the number that we would have to cut in a normal year. Like, seriously. I mean, we would never discuss using op stabilization in a normal year. You have to be honest with yourselves. Like, we would never do that. So don't do it now.
So Matt, let me ask you, why do you think op stabilization is there and capital stabilization is there?
It's there for an emergency, and the emergency hasn't happened yet if you're using these numbers. If you're using the 192, for the sake of argument, use the 192. Don't use the 238. That is not an op stabilization number, in my opinion, at all. That is level funding from the state in anticipated revenues. for a regular year.
Matt, can you do me a favor? I don't know if this is going to be difficult to do, but if you were to return the numbers that you would come up with in terms of positions and reduce the cut to the schools back to the original
35?
that you had, can you tell us where that lands in terms of the numbers?
Wait, so what do you want to do?
Return the positions and return, don't leave the school at 65,000. Go back to 25.
Okay, so, and return all of the positions.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to do another column.
Yep, so you don't lose them.
Yeah. Because we had talked about maybe laying off a number of days or hours, right? Too, not necessarily a full position.
Wait, I just want to
What about if we planned furloughs throughout the year? I mean, that's another way of saving money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Stagger them.
Right. Yeah, rather than cutting a full position, reduce hours is a different story.
Mm-hmm.
Still painful, but it's not, losing your job and your benefits completely.
Right.
But in certain cases, they would lose their benefits. Like my assistant would lose her benefits.
If she went under the 20 hours?
Yes.
Yeah. But if they were furloughed, they wouldn't. And what would we have to do? I mean, what are we talking about?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Sorry, I got to repeat what I'm doing here.
Really? While he's calculating that, a question came in about special acts passed will allow collective bargaining agreements to be reopened. Do we know the answer to that? Maybe Ed would.
Yeah, Ed, do you know?
I have not seen that particular clause in any of the special acts.
Good question. Maybe we could follow up on it.
It's also just worth mentioning, like, all these ideas are great, but at the end of the day, we also have to present the balanced budget, because if the voters don't approve any of this, we have to have a fallback. So we have to do this work regardless, or we have to come up with a scenario where this exists.
I agree. We're getting some good input that, warrants our attention.
What do you want here, guys? 25? 30?
Yeah. I mean, no, 25, just the original figure.
Go upstairs.
Matt, you left in general highway wages decrease. Did you mean to do that? Or?
Yeah, I did, because Rini just said adjust the school and take out the admins.
Oh, I thought it was other wages.
Oh, then we're at like 10 grand, John. I mean, you can do that if you want, but.
No, I just misunderstood her. That's all.
What are we doing here with the library? Because these numbers are not accurate because they're pulling off of this column. Do you want me to cut these over and paste them over? That's the 3%. I should probably do that.
Now, can I ask a question? I don't know the answer to this. Would furloughs also apply to collective bargaining agreements?
Only for those people that are under contract.
Okay.
There's a couple of positions that are vacant right now, so we would be able to take the unemployment part out of those lines. So you would actually get the full amount on those.
Now, those aren't the two highway department positions, I hope.
No, I'm saying the assistant to the town clerk and the administrative assistant to the assessor.
Mm-hmm.
So we wouldn't have to pay the unemployment portion if there was a layoff.
Okay.
Wait, say that again. Assistant to town clerk and assistant to what?
The administrative, the assessor.
It's one person filling both positions. I mean, that's what's been in the past, yes.
Yeah.
And they're both vacant right now?
Yes.
Right, so the unemployment wouldn't have to be paid on them.
So we just remove them from the budget and not rehire? Is that what's being suggested?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying if you were to lay off, you wouldn't, like if that's what we're doing, then
Well, there's nobody to lay off, right?
Exactly, yeah. So you wouldn't have to pay that portion to unemployment.
Not fill the position, she said.
Yeah.
Right. And you take, but you know, that just, for me, I mean, yeah, maybe that obviously disproportionately affects one department versus others, but at the same time, it's also not impacting a person that we all know and love.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if we are going to go ahead with layoffs of administrative assistants, though, you will save like a little bit more on those because you won't have to pay that.
Right.
You know, I'm not saying just to not rehire someone for them, but if this is what we do, then.
Right. So, you know, if we come to that, we just add the percentage back in for those two positions.
Like something that's a little more.
Later on. Do you want to look at that, guys?
I mean, I think you could delay, hiring, and that would save us a little bit. I mean, you could, delay hiring until mid-year or something like that.
Yeah, can I see where the numbers come in before we look at something else?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just checking my work here.
Okay.
Jeez.
$112.
Okay.
We're still not to the 192. No cuts, no cutting at all, admin and Norris to 25.
And what if we looked at the impact of furloughs? What if everybody took 2 days off? I don't know how we calculate that to get to that, but I know.
Terrible idea.
Pardon?
It's not a terrible idea. I love it, actually. I don't know how we calculate it.
I know my idea is not going to be popular, especially with you, Matt. I know it isn't, but I'd like to give the money back to the school and use $150,000 of operational stabilization.
No, I don't want to do that.
I know, and I don't.
The only way, if you're trying to get my vote on op stabilization, you're going to have to get to 200 grand for me. We have to do the work that we would normally have to do in a normal year, and for me, that watermark is 200 grand.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll if you want me to be more warm to it, then I'll warm up to it. But this right here, the 200 grand watermark, is the work we would need to do in a normal year for me, and we're elected to do that work.
Yeah, but the difficulty is we're back to the history of Hampshire regional budget gets approved because of the formula, and then we decide to cut the local, and we didn't end up having to cut Hampshire regional, which I don't want to cut either one of them, but it's disproportionate.
Well, let's hold here for a second. Let's just hold for a sec. By cut, I want to make sure that we're describing cuts properly here. The way that this is shown right now, this 112, every department is still experiencing an increase. It's either level funded, and then the wage columns, even with those 3%, are all still high compared to last year. So if you're looking for something to blame, it's the collective bargaining agreements that need to be blamed. But at the end of the day, the wages are all higher, even taking into account the 3% cut that was the beginning part of this exercise. you're still high. So like, look, I mean, we'll just run through that here. We'll start here with police. Like if you take 15 grand from 142, like it's down to 128, or it's down to 628. Well, it was 588 last year. Again, like these cuts are I don't think that analysis is correct to do it that way, because at the end of the day, the 588 and the 642 are completely uncomparable. They were two completely different collective bargaining agreements. And so to me, I trust the fact that the 642 is a tight assessment of what it takes to pay our people. And so that this 15 grand represents a cut in furloughs to me and a loss of service. It's not fluff. It's that, I mean, we have to trust the department head that they came up with that. So I want to make sure that we're not mixing words here. Like we have to assume that the work of our department heads is the right amount of work and that they're doing the right thing here. And so this means people. We just can't see their face and we don't know their name. And when we were doing the admin assistants and the assistants and the admins, we know their names. That's the difference. We know their exact name. And that,
well, I'm not going to assume that, Matt. I don't know if Ian is still on the call, but $15,000 on a $642,000 line. I mean, yeah, some of it's contractual, but I'm not so sure that all of it is. Ed, can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, Ian did a ton of work, very accurate of calculating out what the shifts were, who would fill them, vacation time, training time, what have you. Now, can we say that during the year that, someone leaves or a position doesn't get filled as quickly as it might or what have you, and there might be some savings there? There could be.
I don't think it's a layoff, though, do you?
No.
No.
So how would we calculate, like for the administrative assistant positions, whatever, X numbers of days or X numbers of hours fewer? If, I don't know how many of them work, do they only work 19 hours? Do they work more than that? Does it vary?
It varies.
It's varied, Chris.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it'd have to be based on a percentage. You just reduce by a percentage.
I mean, with that, I think the, other places I've heard about anyway are doing some sort of a kind of, I guess I would call it a revolving furlough, where, it is kind of staggered throughout the year, and it's, a couple of days a month or whatever it may be, not every month. But, there's a level of way to manage that I'm not totally familiar with, but I'm sure there's a formula that could be found.
Yeah, that way no individual department is gutted.
Right.
You can't do that with the collective bargaining folks, though. I don't
But none of the admin assistants are collective bargaining folks.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
None of the admin assistants. Why don't we just do 25%? I mean, that's 3 months, which seems like a lot, but why don't we start there? I mean, if people don't want to cut these positions, I mean, like what Lucy was talking about, I mean, right around election time, it's going to be very difficult, but maybe other times it wouldn't be so, as big of a deal. Does 25, sound like okay until we know firmer numbers?
I'd be fine with doing 25, but you still got to make, you got to make, like, the math that was done previously was 60, which was a full layoff.
Right.
60%, that's a full layoff. So 25%, I'm not sure what you're, I mean, are we responsible for any unemployment by doing that?
I don't think so. It's a reduction in hours or a furlough. We'll let department heads decide that, I guess.
I'm pretty sure they could still collect unemployment for the reduction in their hours.
Right.
Yeah.
They absolutely would. And so if you pick the number of 25%, you can only take 60% of the 25%. So it's just, I mean, we didn't get there with the full layoff, just to be clear, folks. Like,
yeah, I know.
We are still short. Like,
I'm just responding to Francine and Chris's suggestion that we look to hours, not positions.
Now, Jen, if we furloughed people would they be eligible to apply for unemployment for those couple of days or a week or whatever, however they would?
Yeah, as long as we're not paying them their regular wages, you know?
Okay.
But would they lose their health benefits?
Yes, if they're not working 20 hours.
No, but I mean, if they were working full-time and, you know, on some basis, everybody took a turn at taking 2 days furlough, they wouldn't lose their benefits under that scenario.
I would have to look into it, but I think that depending on how long the furlough was, I mean, because Chapter 32B does tell you that you have to work 20 plus hours a week to have health insurance.
Right.
We had looked at this, Jen, years ago, and
that's on an average.
It's average over a course of time.
Yeah, so if you furloughed somebody for, you know, not as much as 25%, but 5 days during the
It's an
year.
average for retirement, but it's not on an average for health insurance.
No, but I'm still saying that if that furlough was like 5 days during the year.
If it was 5 days during
using
the
health
year,
insurance
yeah,
isn't going to play into it.
Yeah, if it's a consistent weekly thing, then I would say they would lose it. But yes, if it's 5 days during the year,
that's what I'm talking about.
well, that would be okay.
That wouldn't be much savings, though.
I could call the group insurance trust just to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
I could throw out another idea.
Okay, Matt.
It's not popular. It's not popular at all. Involves people in service.
Yep.
I mean, for me, I mean, you could 100% close the library for a period of time. There's a lot of money there. 113 grand.
Okay, but then we come back to, that's a disproportionate hit, and we go back to that whole issue of state aid and accreditation and us not being eligible for a waiver. I mean, we're just opening a problem for ourselves.
But it's not public safety, and it's not kids. And let's just, and I have to say this, it's awful to say, and I visit the library often, but that's not keeping me alive. These are the types of things that, like, I hate to have, I feel like I have to say these things. Like, we all need to be thinking these things, guys. Like, the police keep us alive. The paramedics show up when we have a heart attack. Our kids need to be educated or they fall behind. And those costs, by the way, will compound. So they fall behind the state standard. The tests don't go the way they should. They go back a grade, meaning that the class behind them gets double in the size. We need more teachers. The stuff just starts having a compound effect. Like, for me, the library is not keeping me alive. The library is not showing up in the middle of the night. The library is not, there's costs associated with it, but we take care of it when we get out of this. And at the end of the day, it's not going to cost us that much more money, and it's not going to have a compounding effect to bring it back online.
Well, look at
so we miss a couple of years of accreditation. Like, I'm using this as an argument. I want it to be out there. Like, it has to, like, we have to talk about this. This is where we are for me. This is where we are.
Well, let's just do a quick little thing. I'm totally against that. I mean, I don't know, Francine, Chris, John, like, before we go too far down this road, can other people chime in? Like, thank you, Matt. I know you're trying very hard to come up with, like, things in all possible places, but that's not gonna, that's not something I can support. So can I just hear from the other people quickly before we just, go down that road?
I don't think that either. To say people don't use it, don't rely on it.
No.
I'm not saying, that's not what I said. And I need to correct that. That is not what I said.
Okay.
I'm not trying to pit departments against each other. If I have to say what I said, I'll say it again. but I need to be very clear on what I said. If I need to say it again, I will, John, but that's not what I said.
Well, why don't you summarize what you said just so we're all clear?
Yeah, I just said that. So the library for me, unless corrected, like isn't going to have, number one, a compounding effect to close, meaning if it closes and we reopen it, we potentially come in at the same number, maybe a little bit of an increase here and there. If that wants to be discussed, then let's discuss that. But if you shut down the police, then they aren't showing up for break-ins. They aren't showing up when you get COVID. Same thing with fire and ambulance. Your house is burning down. Well, it's an extra 10 minutes to Easthampton and Westfield. We could talk about that. If you want to throw that out there, that idea just entered my head, which I hadn't thought of, is, you know, do we want to look at third shifts on some of these things, and maybe utilize, and maybe look at Westfield, Easthampton, and Holyoke, or a split between all of them to cover us in the middle of the night. I know some towns do that in Massachusetts, but these are the discussions that we're having. So, like, I don't know about you, but I like the public safety, and I don't want kids to fall behind in school, and that absolutely is going to have an unbelievable compounding effect, which I know you already know in terms of out-of-district placements, special ed, special education teachers. Like, I'm just trying to look at the things that, if we had to turn it off for a period of time, how hard would it be to bring back on? And then also, secondarily to that, like, critical need, like literally critical need, because at the end of the day, we're in a downward spiral here. If we continue and the people don't go back to work, and the state doesn't get its revenue, and the state doesn't get its sales tax, like, this keeps going.
Yeah, but Matt, I feel like we are in a serious place, but until we know revenue, like, that might be something, if we find out we're in that worst case scenario, we're up towards 15-something%. I think that's a drastic measure.
Yeah. So
and
I'm with you.
I think $65,000 to the school is a drastic measure. So we're talking about a couple $100,000 here, and I just feel like once we know, then I think we can go to the voters and say, this is what we got, and this is horrible, and therefore we have to do this. I don't want to do that drastic right now without even knowing what numbers are coming in. So I get that you are trying desperately hard to come up with the money without going anywhere else, and come up with these cuts so that we can get closer to, at least, if not the 192, the 238. But I guess at this particular point, I want to go right down a list of the select board members and find out, where do you stand on either override or operational stabilization? If we were not going to cut, and we were looking at either 192 or 238, where do you stand on both of those things?
Well, let me finish the answer to my question on the library. I'm not in favor of that at all. So,
okay.
Educate children and adults. I have no issue with a Proposition 2.5 override to see if people want to fund that, because, again, I believe everybody has a vote and we should put it out to the people. I'm okay with using some of the operational stabilization, like I said before, because to me, that's your savings account for a hardship or a rainy day. You use it now, then you build it back up down the road. I understand what Matt's saying about this is non-COVID budget number we're looking at, 238, but I think it's an opportunity that we can use it, and I don't think it'll hurt us in the long term.
Can you tell me then, John, what level are you comfortable with going, requesting an override for both 192 or 238, and what level of operational stabilization are you comfortable with accessing or requesting?
Well, let me get my comment was in the way it just popped up on my numbers. I think the 238 is a number I'm looking at now, but honestly, I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough, but we have to kind of stick our finger on one of these numbers, and that's the one I'm okay with. And if it's, what was that, 30 cents per thousand will get us how much again, Vicki? Is she still on?
Yeah, what?
When you said the tax rate would increase 30 cents per $1,000 evaluation, what number were you looking at to raise at that point? I guess let me back into it. At 238, if we all went to an override, how much would that increase the tax rate?
I did 250, but...
Okay, so if you use 250, that came out to $120 a year per $400,000 valuation on a house. You know, people know what their house is valued at, so they can figure it out. So I would.
That's about 31 cents.
Yeah, so I would be fine with the override. If that didn't pass, then we need to go with the operational stabilization as a backup.
And you would be comfortable with the 238 out of op stabilization?
Not out of op stabilization at this point.
Okay.
I would rather do the override to see if people would fund it. And if they say no, then that's our second level of funding.
Right, but getting the entire amount, you'd be comfortable without, you know, if that didn't pass, then the entire amount from op stabilization, 238?
To be honest with you, I'd want to look at the budget again and see where we can make some cuts.
Okay.
But I'm not closing wholesale departments.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and from my point of view, I mean, I too, I'm not in favor of the library solution, although I think if Barbara has offered the idea of maybe a Monday closing, that would be a welcome thing that we could do. But I would try to go with, I guess we've been talking the 238. I don't know if we could aim even for the one above that, the 259, but I'd favor doing a hybrid of like 200,000 on an override and the 50,000 from the stabilization account. I think the override's going to be a hard push. I just don't know that we've got the time to build up the town will to do it.
Okay, and then I'll just chime in.
Francine, can I just ask Chris again? What did you say about operational stabilization?
That if we went for the one that we haven't been talking about, which is the 259, which is the one above that.
Yeah. Because
we think that the 238 is not real. If we went a little bit higher, if we're going to do this, you know, we still ask for the 200,000 on an override, but the 59 or whatever as stabilization from stabilization. So a hybrid notion.
Okay. All right. I'm not in favor of the library solution. I agree with Chris in terms of it being a combination of override stabilization, but I want to add one other thing to that, and I come back to the furlough, which would minimize the amount we would have to ask for in an override, would reduce the amount we would be using from stabilization, just kind of spreading it out a little bit to have the least, you know, to minimize the impact in any one of those areas.
Yep, I think I'm in the same boat. I think in terms of, I think the voters should decide if they want to go for an override. I think that there's a lot of people that don't want these services to be cut. I don't want to rest on the history of Southampton when it comes to override. I'd like to believe that we're in a different place. Proposition 2.5 was a disaster. And so I would also support an override and maybe not taking as much as $200,000 from operation stabilization, but at least 100 or 150, and then looking at cuts if the override doesn't pass, you know, deeper cuts.
And if the op stabilization doesn't pass. At the end of the day, we still got to do this work.
Yes, you're right. Right.
At least 192.
Okay, so Matt, you want to, you know, put out, you know, your best, where you stand?
I don't stand. I'm fine with doing an override. For me, I'm not comfortable using any amount of op stabilization so I'm fine with doing an override for the full amount because the voters should decide. That's absolutely true. In the absence of an override, I'm not comfortable using op stabilization money for anything we have to come up with 192,000.
Okay.
So whatever you need to override after that, you know, we got to come up with 192,000, which is a balanced budget.
Yep.
So basically, like, just to answer your question, I'm for an override and I'm for balancing our budget at not 192, which honestly we have to do tonight anyways, or by Tuesday. We don't have to do it tonight, but we got to get to 192 at a bare minimum for me to show the citizens a balanced budget, which we would have to do anyways. So, you know, I think by having this dialogue, which has gone on for too long, and I know that I'm being slightly rude here, like, we're just we're ignoring the real work that we need to do. We need to present the citizens a balanced budget. If they don't vote for an op stabilization and they don't vote for an override, which they're not likely to do, you need to hit one of these two figures. One of these two figures is our balanced budget right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just wanted to say that I don't think this discussion is, pointless. I think.
Well, it's fine after we do the real work for me.
Right. Well, for me, I think that this is, I think this is what the kind of discussion we have to have. What are we willing to sacrifice? I don't think it's pointless. I think that you've been living this, this past week, and maybe the rest of us haven't at this particular level. And
that's true.
I think that it's a necessary discussion. I mean, we've discussed a lot of different things. I think that we're actually not that far off from, I think everybody is in favor of an override. And then I think that like you said, at the end of the day, we still have to come up with a balanced budget.
And so like the discussion that we just had is for me, as it gets later and later, I get more and more tired. Like, I would love it if an override passed. If it were up to me, that's what I would choose. But unfortunately, it's not up to us. Like, that's an easy thing to do, like kind of at the end. Like, doing the critical thinking now as we get later and later into the night is going to become harder and harder for all of us. And like, that's what we need to do.
Yep.
So like, I mean, it's great that we all want to do some form of op stabilization and an override, like, and we absolutely need to put that to the citizens. But like, I don't know, like we need to spend the time on getting a balanced budget.
Yeah. Well, we need the plan B. Yeah, we need the plan B if these do not pass.
Yeah, right. Yep. Okay, so the question is, are we going to, let's look at the levels there. So 238, 259. I think we're all in favor of going with an override. We also need to come to a balanced budget. So it was suggested that 238 was pretty firm, 192 is safer, and 259 is probably close to where we're going to end up at some particular point. So what do folks want to do? Go back and agree to a difficult balanced budget? We've already had a lot of conversation about this. I mean, at this particular point, no one's in favor of the library closure other than possibly a one-day. People are in favor of a furlough, coming up with a percentage, maybe not hiring back on a couple of positions, saving on the unemployment that comes with that. Tell me where you want to go from here.
Just to further discuss the furloughs, I'm in full support of that, an hour reduction, but you're not talking a couple days a month here and there. If we're being honest with ourselves here, like we were looking at eight people full layoff. Like, even if you disperse that across people, like, I can promise you that's not a couple of days a month. That's probably at least a day a week to come up with this. We're talking about a lot of money here.
So on the collective bargaining, we agreed to a certain, obviously, salary and steps and so on and so forth. But in terms of the number of employees, is that implicit in that agreement?
In the union contract, Francine?
Yeah.
No, it's just a rate per type of, say on the police department, police officer, lieutenant, sergeant, and all that. It's just rates, and then the chief manages his budget from that. Same with the fire and the highway. Well, fire doesn't have a contract, but the highway does, dispatchers and police.
Yeah. And going back on the fire, though, we had the same amount, or budgeted, I think, right, for the fire department wages and the EMT wages, did we not?
Yes.
And that's not the same number of people they're in, is it, right? If you scroll up to fire again, Matt, sorry.
They're a call department, Chris, so they, as they're needed, they have shifts on, and then they call people in.
No, I realize that, but...
What do you want to see here? Just fire?
Well, I was just wondering, well, it was the same amount that was put in there, right, for each of those? For wages for both of those?
We took 3%. I mean, we could adjust it to 4 and see what that looks like if you'd like.
Did we take it out of the EMT is my question.
Oh, I did. Yes. Because
okay.
The math is, these are the columns that I pulled. I pulled 231. I pulled 26. So remember, we did it from wages and expenses.
Yeah.
And then there's the 231 for EMT wages and the 40,000 from ambulance expenses. So we took 3% of all of those figures in the same way that we took 3% from wages here and expenses here, and then also the dispatch, wages, and expenses. We put them all here in a totaled it, took 3%, but then we deducted out the 14 grand that Chief Illingsworth already granted us. So we had to find, rounded it up to 15 grand here in the wage column. So you following me so far?
Yeah, no, I got you. And I guess I was just curious earlier on as to how the fire department wages and the EMT wages were the same budgeted amount, given that the personnel varies. That's what I wasn't understanding.
The fire chief splits it evenly because he doesn't know what the call volume is going to be in each one of those. He's get a bucket of money and he just splits it evenly between the two.
And does that reflect, well, how does that reflect with actual expenditure? Is there any?
EMT wages, he spent about $210,000 this year, but there was a lot less calls because people weren't going to the hospital because they were stay-at-home orders. And fire wages was $227,000.
Okay.
So he just splits them evenly because it's just an easier way to budget instead of to the nitty gritty, because it changes. And then if he in the middle of the year realizes that, oh, he needs more fire wages, we got to go back to town meeting to do the transfer. So
Now another question. It's chump change, I'm sure, but if you look at the ambulance billing for $7,000, I'm assuming that that's when some of us take the ambulance and then it has to be billed to the insurance company or whatever, and this is a company that must do the billing for us. Is that right? Is there any, I don't know, is there any other option for that? Do we have to have a company do that for us? Can we cover that somehow else?
I think the chief looked into that a couple of years ago, and there's a lot more expense included in that. And there's only a few companies that actually do billing, and most companies use Coastal Billing, which is a billing company that we use.
Okay.
We did look at that a few years ago, Chris, and monetarily it wasn't worth, it would cost us more.
Okay.
You have to have a special computer, you have to have someone specially do it. I mean, you have to hire someone to actually do all that billing.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
Guys, can I say something? If we don't want to touch people, we could turn off the street lights. 27 grand.
Yeah, I think that's a safety issue.
Not a person, though. And you turn them back on later. Again, it's not a compounding effect.
Well, I think that, would it be, what would the savings be if we had a 20, right now the town hall is open 4 days a week for most people. If there was a 25% cut in administrative assistance, in other words, furlough 1 day a week, and then not replacing the 2 positions, including their unemployment. So 100% of the 2 of the positions and then 25% of the other ones. Is that anything measurable?
Yeah, I can do that math. So can somebody just tell me what the 2, wait, I have it. They are the assistant to the town clerk.
And the assistant to the assessor.
Yeah, so hold on. You guys see this like I'm losing it here. I've been looking at this spreadsheet now for probably
right there, the red one.
Today.
Assessor
Line 26.
26.
Okay. Oh, so you take the full deduction.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
At least till we know, like not hire them until we know.
Then go down to town clerk as well.
Yeah, 42. It's 25,000.
What else did you guys say? Now you want to do 25% of every other ad.
Yep.
And we're going to do that in this column.
Yeah.
All right, so then so then I'm going to tell you the math on this. So if that's the way we're going to do this, then you take, wait, I just have to think about this. It would be equal to this number. Be this number times 0.25. But then it would be, are they getting unemployment?
Good.
Yeah.
Yes. So then so look, the way that this is working now, I'm taking 25% of the wages, because that's what you're suggesting. And we'll lay them off 25% of the time, but we can't take the full 25%. We can only take 60% of the 25%.
Right.
So that is 0.6. We all comfortable with that formula?
Sure.
The parentheses go first, just so that we all know how this works. The math in the parentheses is going to happen first. So we're going to take 25% of the wages. It's up here where my cursor is. And then once we get that result, we take 60% of that result as a savings.
Yep.
Okay.
Didn't we have to pay 60% though?
What?
Wouldn't we only save the 40%? 60% to unemployment?
No, I think it's the other way around. Ed and I talked about this today, but I'm not the guy that knows this.
I'm not sure how it is during COVID times, but I mean, from what I've seen, when we pay the unemployment bills, I would say we're paying the 60%.
So do we want to choose in between a 50 for the sake of?
Just for budgeting, why not? Be safe.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I mess this up?
No.
Assessor, admin assistant. That one stays the same, guys. I'm moving here. Like, you gotta make sure that you're checking me now. All right, so that was, and then this is town account, and this one we're taking the full because we're not rehiring.
Right.
And then down here, so.
Yeah.
Wait a second. This one was the tricky one to begin with. Ed.
I can.
What?
Well, maybe Jen. I mean, can you help me here? We're just talking about these. This is two people in here.
Yeah. So the admin clerk.
Yeah.
Can you do? I'll just paste the formula. Can you tell me what the number is?
So the admin clerk, I believe, is like around 26,442.
Wait. 26,442.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just do that
A
then.
little off, but.
So equals this. Okay. Let's see. Sorry.
Times 0.25, right?
Yeah.
Times 0.5, yep.
Very good.
Yep.
Oh, crap. I screwed something up. Hold on. Let's do it again.
There you go.
Okay.
You got it.
That one's don't hire.
Yep.
And then wait a second, let me just pull this formula so I don't have to write it again.
So then would we also do this for the admin assistant, like in highway?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gone down there yet.
Yeah.
There's your 24 grand in street lighting, folks. Looking right at you.
You know, we tried to do that a couple of times over the past 5 or 6 years. You need to get the police chief involved with that, but that's a real safety issue.
Yeah, do you want to speak to it? If we can unmute Ian, if he's still on, maybe he can.
I'm on. You know, I look at it this way. If it means, you know, reducing EMS, police, or fire, then I think that it's important that I would rather see the streetlights off than not having a third shift, as somebody, you know, suggested earlier. I think that the public safety of personnel out on all 3 shifts, adequate personnel, outweighs the streetlights, you know, personally for me, if we're in this situation. I'm not saying that they're not important, but I think having third shift coverage with adequate personnel outweighs safety. You know, I'd rather make sure that we had a police officer and EMS responding to a heart attack or a break-in versus a street light.
I'm with you, Chief.
Mm-hmm. So you're okay with that, Ian?
I am. You know, desperate times call for desperate measures, and I recognize the importance of the streetlights, but for me, you know, again, the staffing, I think, outweighs the importance of the streetlights.
You know, I agree with staffing. We don't want to cut staffing and keep streetlights. I was just thinking if we had staffing, again, it was prior to you, but it was a safety issue. But if you think it's adequate to have your...
Again, I think that on certain intersections, yes, absolutely. More so on intersections than, you know, for instance, Route 10 and Pomeroy Meadow Road. Yeah, let's keep that street light. The street lights in major intersections, I think, is important. But to have, you know, if we're spending $26,000 on street lights where they're just in neighborhoods, maybe, you know, maybe we can reduce that.
So maybe what we could save, if we left some on, we could save 20,000, you think? Matt, somebody?
When we looked at it years ago, you could selectively turn some off and leave some on.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yep, that works.
Or X numbers of days a week or something. I mean, whatever. I mean,
And that is the classic one where you turn them off and you just turn them back on. It doesn't compound on you. It doesn't cause downstream problems. When the lights come back on here, sorry for the metaphor, you turn the lights back on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Matt, have we plugged in?
I plugged the numbers in, and by the numbers here now, just to revisit here, this is 3% expenses and wages, police, fire, highway, EMT, dispatch. I got them all. Full layoff of all admin, and what is it at Norris? 65 at Norris.
Mm-hmm.
And street lights off. That's basically it. I mean, there's a couple other things. Ed, I mean, Ed's on the call. We got to keep giving Ed a shout out here. He's falling on the sword here. So, you know, Ed's deduction. This over here is Ed's deduction. 3% still on the departments, 25% to the admins. Streetlights off.
And anything with the library or?
3% at library in both scenarios.
Okay.
These are the library numbers.
But you're leaving the school at 65? I thought we
And school, no, in the
No.
other scenarios at 25.
25. Good. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything else like with town hall building expenses? I know we've had our issues with the HVAC and stuff like that. Is there anything with
Wait,
our?
I made a mistake.
Sorry.
It looks like. I don't know how I did that, but I did.
It's because you're 4.5 hours into this, Matt. I'm surprised you can
I
still
can
see
promise you at this point, John, today, I've been looking at this spreadsheet for over 10 hours.
it. That's incredible. You did a great job.
We need to start this process earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's no reason why we have to wait till last minute like we are now.
Yeah, and it's been very difficult, you know, for those of you in the call, you know, we all just, helped out to put together a finance committee. We were down to like one finance committee. We have a bylaw that actually sets out exactly what the process is supposed to be. This has been a very unusual year, and, you know, we have a hard time getting people to step up to be into different committees. And we finally just recruited 3 or 4 new finance committee members, and so they're finally having a meeting, hopefully next week. So, yeah, it's...
Can I go back to one thing? Sorry, Rini. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We've done our 3% cut in different departments or furloughs. Can we take a look back at the health department and think about a couple of days off on the health director position? Everybody else is taking cuts, and I know we're in COVID times and all that, but, you know, we may have to think about...
Cut, right? Their agent took, their like admin person took a cut too, right? Isn't that what that is?
Yeah.
Well, that agent is the one out doing all the perk tests and all that other kind of stuff, right? It's not an admin person, is it? Or is it?
Yeah. Well, neither is mine, but so that got cut though. There was a cut to that department, so.
And at this point, you haven't gone and cut department heads.
Right. So we should think of maybe some reduction.
They're going to have to agree to all of that, though, don't they? Each
So
one.
are you going to cut the admin assistant at the Council on Aging too?
They already did, didn't they?
There is no admin assistant we went over this already. That's right here.
Volunteer coordinator, and there's assistant director.
No, but there's a person assistant, the other person that works in the office, it's an assistant person that works in there.
There's
Show me where the money
work
is.
in there. There's a volunteer coordinator.
Council on Aging, there's one person in there.
The
I'm right here. I'm in it. Which line?
No, that's not. Council on Aging wages. That's the line I'm talking about right there.
Is that an admin only?
Well, you cut mine, and mine's not an admin.
No,
so.
I'm just asking. This line is not. This line is just.
That's two different positions. It's a volunteer coordinator at, I believe, 5 hours a week, and then it's the her admin assistant.
Okay, so if we're being fair, what's the admin assistant making? We'll do the math.
Does one of them get paid out of a grant?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
So which one?
The volunteer coordinator.
Yeah, right.
The admin assistant or the other one?
The volunteer coordinator gets paid out of the state formula grant, and the admin assistant, part of her money comes out of this, and part of it comes out of the grant.
Okay, so just just to be fair and transparent and neutral, I'll apply the same formula, but you got to give me the portion that comes out of our budget.
Well, that is.
I can
We're probably talking about less than $100, but
I can tell you what the assistant
draws from the general budget.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to see that.
Well, that's what we.
Yeah. Okay.
Does the grant money go into the budget and then the expense comes out, or are they paid off the budget?
They get paid out of the grant.
Then
both of them.
The volunteer coordinator gets paid her hours out of the state formula grant. The admin assistant, part of her wages are paid out of the budget, which is what that is, and part get paid out of the formula grant.
So she's saying that all that money is for the assistant out of the budget.
Yes.
So this year she made Let's see, 1,308.
I guess I'm just thinking we should be fair across the board.
Yeah, just say, I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you, but I need to have the basis number so that I can do the
So Matt,
calculation.
this year, the assistant made $3,363.90 out of COA wages.
So that's the amount that's out of the
That's out
general
of
fund.
COA wages, yeah,
General fund.
correct. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Now, didn't she go on vacation, Jen, for a while and not get paid?
She did. She just, yeah, I think she took around 5 weeks off.
We're nickel and diming, guys. We're not going to get much farther on that one. I mean, let's
I'm
do
just
the
saying,
3%.
But we should be fair across the board. You know?
I
We are,
agree.
3%. We're doing
I'm
it.
fine with that math. I'm
We're
fine
doing
with
it. We're
I
doing
thought
it.
we're not gonna do 3%. I thought we were gonna do 25% as a,
Or
as a
whatever that was.
Yeah,
reduction.
it's 25%. I'm just pulling the same formula from up above.
Yeah. 25, you're right.
Okay.
25%.
Can I ask a question? You know, the town had voted to join this mosquito surveillance program. And I'm just wondering what the ramifications would be of unfunding that this year.
Unfunding what?
The mosquito program.
The mosquito surveillance, it's not a control, it's surveillance. I'm just curious to know, it's $5,000, I think, a year.
Yeah, the downside is if we actually do get EEE here in Southampton, that by belonging to that regional group, we would be subject to getting funding for eradication through that regional group. If we don't belong to the regional group, we're not subject to receiving the funding.
Okay.
That would be the downside.
Can I pay for that out of my pocket? As a donation?
I don't think we want to go there yet, do we?
I'm there. I'll pay for that out of my pocket.
Yeah, if there are, you know, we could talk about this some other time, but I'm thinking along the lines of Matt, if there's some other way outside of this to subsidize some of these.
Yeah.
Everybody amenable to that?
Yeah, okay, so where are we at in terms of the number? Does anybody have any other suggestions as far as cuts?
Vicky's just saying you can cut Medicare a little bit.
I mean,
it's kind of tight, but
it is, yeah. It was short over $7,000 this year, so I mean, yeah, we did have retro that we paid for, but still, even with the retro, that amount, like say we paid $50,000 of retro for one of the contract negotiations. That's still only $725 of Medicare. So.
But what about if because we're cutting these salaries, Jen, can we do something with that? You know, because we're going to cut the salaries and pay the Medicare? I don't know, just asking the question.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, because yeah, that will reduce Medicare. But we're not really cutting salaries by a whole lot right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. True.
Well, no, you're cutting the salary technically by a quarter.
Yeah.
And then you're taking 50% of that and you're putting the other 50% into unemployment. So you're losing a quarter of your time. So I don't know if that has an impact on.
I don't know, I just thought I'd ask the question.
It's worth asking. We are talking about a quarter when we're talking about actual time on the clock. We're taking a quarter in this column. So does a quarter have an impact on Medicare? And is it? Well, that's going to be difficult to calculate, but.
I mean, it's just basically whatever we're cutting times 0.0145% is what we would pay in Medicare and wages, really.
So it's 1.5% of what we're cutting.
0.0145 is what the town pays. So the employee pays a portion and then the town pays a portion. It's split.
Yeah, this is inconsequential. I mean,
it wouldn't be 25 cents on
Wouldn't it be enough?
100% of the wages.
Hmm?
DUA isn't going to charge you FICA. So where you're doing that offset, if you cut $1, you're really only saving 60 cents.
Oh, yeah.
For your wages, it's 100% of the wages you cut times 1.45.
Correct, yeah.
Like the savings.
Yeah, we're just still not talking about a meaningful number, really.
I know it's not.
Postage stamp.
No, it's not. I just thought I would, you know.
If people don't have additional suggestions on cuts, can we just go down the line and compare these two columns, see which one we each land at, and then make a decision from there?
Yeah, sure. So just for clarity here, you know, the first column is obviously very drastic, but it gets us to I mean, obviously a little higher than where we need to be, which is the 238 in kind of what we decided.
Okay, and that one has the 65 to the school, it has 3% in the departments, it has a complete cut of the admin assistants, and anything else?
Street lights off.
Okay.
Me giving $5,000 for mosquito control, Ed taking a cut.
Okay. And then the 174 is dropping the school down to 25,000 and 25% of the admin assistants, still 3% cut to the department, still street lights, still mosquito, still Ed.
Yep, still me. Yep.
Okay. And that brings us down to...
I'm just scanning here real quick just to make sure that we're... Yep. And I personally am liking this column a little bit more, obviously. But I want to get this. To be responsible for me, we need to find another 26 grand. I personally want that up to 200. That's our balanced budget, is 200 for me.
Well then.
I don't know if it is for you, and it's fine if it's not, but I'm not going to vote for a balanced budget unless it's 200 grand in cuts, because that's the response. This is the responsible number. This is the normal year. Actually, you know.
Well, I'm still, and I think there are other people that are still willing to take $100,000 from op stabilization and...
The voters have to vote on that. We have to do this work. I'm sorry to be rude, but we got to do this.
I get it. I think I get it. I disagree with you, okay?
I know you do, but the voters have to support that. You still have to come up with a budget scenario if they vote it down, Reedy.
So let's
do the work.
Let us go to the positions that we have not touched and talk about furloughs and get some numbers there. See what that adds up to.
Okay.
I'm talking about, unfortunately, I'm talking about department heads. I'm talking about, the whole shooting match, because we don't have anywhere else to go.
I don't think you can furlough a salaried position.
What? Really?
You can reduce hours.
Well, yeah.
They're exempt employees, Matt.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they're salaried exempt.
Oh yeah. So okay, fair.
So you can't ask someone to take a week off on furlough?
I suppose you could ask.
You could ask.
Well, or tell,
just to be clear, like.
I don't think you can.
Well, how do these other places do that then? Universities are doing it, hospitals are doing it.
But they do it voluntarily.
No, I don't think that's true. I think the difference is they don't have a contract.
Well, that's true too. That's true too.
Yeah, they don't
We have people who are department heads who don't have contracts.
Are there?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where are they? Ed does, and he's volunteering this. So let's go to the department heads and ask the question.
Well, remember, you've got the treasurer and town clerk are elected.
So is that contract?
No.
It's elected.
No. What's the law?
The law says if the budget is set and you set the tax rate, you cannot go back and change it. So if the tax rate's set, you can't go back to town meeting and change the elected officials' budget, but you can change them before you set the tax rate.
So we can change it now. We haven't set the tax rate.
No, because you need a budget to set the tax rate.
You could, but I think that honestly, both of our salaries are really underpaid for what a treasurer collector or a town clerk makes. So I think if we're already going to have to work extra because we're losing our admin assistants, it's not really fair to cut our pay. I mean, my salary was cut from when I was hired due to the fact that I didn't have as much experience as Donna, but Donna had fought to get it up to 56,000, which still isn't even what, you know, it should have been. So, I mean, I'm down at 50. I just think that, you know, if I'm going to have to pick up all this extra work, should you cut my pay too?
I think we can say that, you know, that's true of almost every salary, not all, but almost every salary is below what we would like to say.
I just think if you're going to cut admins though, department heads are someone's going to need to be there. Like
someone's going to have to be there.
I agree with that.
She's right. Yeah.
I agree with that. I also just want to point out here to everyone separately and really quickly, when we ever consider adding stipends and additional positions, this is the effect. I'm going to remind us of this when we start talking about those things again. I'm going to be relentless in that pursuit. And I'm sorry to be aggressive, but like, we have to pay our people correctly before we consider adding literally any other body in here.
You're right.
Agreed.
Okay.
I wish we had this on record so that in a year from now, when we're talking about stipends and all this ad, that we really reflect on this.
Yeah, Matt, but you can't say that, okay? Because, you know, you have...
I can, though.
You know,
I did.
Look, we can be in very different places in a different year or two. You know,
People aren't paid correctly.
Listen, let me finish, okay? We have a pandemic right now, okay? It's not unreasonable to consider having a stipend for emergency management director. The conservation department has been looking for a conservation agent. Do you have any idea how hard that department works? So I'm not saying anything across the board saying, oh, never any stipends in the future. We have to make decisions based on where we are at any given point in time, which is what we're trying to do right now. I'm not going to use this as an example for why we're never, ever going to do a stipend in the future. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm just going to remind you, in normal times, we're cutting $192,000 this year.
I get it, but it's not going to be a precedent for whether or not I choose.
Don't keep going back. I can't have you throw in the face, Rini, and I'm getting emotional about this, that we're in an unprecedented time. I get it. The unprecedented time is way further up this sheet.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm not going to go along with what you're saying, that, listen, everybody, listen to what we're going through. We're never going to ever do a stipend again. We have to make decisions based on...
I'm not saying never. I'm saying we take care of the people that we have before we add more.
Okay.
I get it, Matt.
Can we go back to other salaries then of department heads whose admins have not been cut?
Can I?
Do we have any?
May I real quick on this?
Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
There's not every department head is here and engaged in this for, you know, I'm sure they had the reasons that they couldn't make it. And perhaps, I don't know if the intent is to finish this tonight, but if there's another meeting on Tuesday, maybe Ed can reach out to all the department heads and explain the situation and see where those other department heads might have some flexibility. Versus, it seems as though the productivity of this is
I agree with you. That's what I said at the beginning. Give a percentage and say, go find it.
Yeah.
And see what people come up with.
Because maybe there is things that they can come up with. Now, granted, I learned of this meeting a little bit later, so I just started reviewing my budget this afternoon in a little bit with a more focused lens, where these other department heads may not have even had that chance. And perhaps, instead of getting emotional and it's not becoming productive anymore, maybe the department heads can go back and look and say, hey, you know what, maybe I can take 2,000 out of here. Maybe I can take 3,000 out of here. And you might come up with that 30,000.
Right.
I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right, Ian. And I personally love that. But the starting point is in these two columns, unfortunately. So like you're looking at really crappy numbers to begin with.
Right, but what do you, based on what you have right now, what are you looking for? What do you need?
I mean, we need to, I don't want to speak for the board, but I mean, we've got two very different columns here. I think if it were me, I like column AQ a lot better than column AP. That's me personally.
Randall, you know, he may recognize his admin is very important to him, but something else he may be able to say, you know what, perhaps I can, you know, reduce that. Maybe he can. I'm just saying, maybe the department heads need an opportunity to really review their budget requests and see where they might be able to come up with something, just to give something more to Tuesdays. You might be thinking something very essential out of the department that you may think is not necessary, but they might look at it and say, you know what, I'd rather take this out versus the admin.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a fair comment.
Yeah, so we need what, another 25,000, right, to get to 200?
If 200's the number, which at this point I'm fine with settling on that. Just a reminder, whenever the cuts come, it's going to be double the impact 6 months in, but I'm cool with that. We'll preserve op stabilization. Like, we got to find another 26 grand, and that's in this column though, and that's with already the pain that's already in that column.
Yeah.
So on the group health insurance, so basically I took what we paid last year because the rates didn't change, but then I added on plans in case, you know, new employees or someone left and then someone was rehired that came on to the plan. I mean, we could cut that, we could gamble that, but I would be scared that it could be short at the end of the year and then we would have to deal with that then. But even if we only added one plan, that, you know, it saves half of $33,486.72. So I don't know. I don't know if that is a good gamble to make or not, to be honest. But
are you in this line right here?
Yep.
Yeah. So I added on 2 family plans to that, you know, because if you look back, the health insurance line has never gone down. It only goes up.
Yeah.
So it does worry me that maybe at the end of the year wouldn't be enough. Could we deal with that then? I don't know. But, you know, we could instead only add one plan to it, and, you know, it's like $16,000 something it saves right now. What do you think, Ed? Is that?
I will tell you, back in 2018, Jen, before you actually became the treasurer collector, mid-year, we had to put $57,000 into that budget because we didn't have it.
It was underestimated?
Yeah, we didn't have enough money. It was $57,000.
Yeah, and see, that's a lot, and that's really only like 3 plans added on.
Exactly.
It happened really fast, so it's, yeah, so I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I guess it could be an option, but then what do we do at the end of the year if it is short? We could get lucky, you know, and it could end up being less. We could just, you know, you never know, but I've never seen it less, but.
No, it's only gone up.
Yeah.
Expect it.
Yeah, so.
We're only doing 34,000 more.
Can we reduce postage at all in our electronic age? I mean, that seems an awful lot of money. And also, for that matter, copying.
Yep.
Would that be an incentive to get people to copy less? There's a lot of copying that happens in this town.
Do we have to print our annual town report?
That's a separate line item.
Yeah,
what goes to the copier is all the copies that go to town meetings. We make way too many copies for town meetings, but it's also, part of it is the paper that we buy, and part of it is the lease agreement for the copy machine downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And that you can't get out of.
Correct.
You can't renegotiate the lease?
That one was up, and are we looking at getting a new one? Because I don't know, did we renew that lease?
It's time to get a new one, but when we started looking, they're in the same ballpark anyway.
Yeah, because it's $251.90 per month for just the lease itself. We probably pay $300 and some odd bucks, sometimes $400 a month for overage on copies. So.
Wow.
Well, no, the overages run anywhere from probably about $30 a month to, I've seen a high of 90.
So, well, then why are we paying 300 and some odd bucks a month for the whole, and that's what I'm saying, it's 300 and some odd bucks, it's not an additional 400 bucks.
Oh, okay, okay.
300 and some odd dollars, yeah. Sorry, I missed. It's a lot of money.
Well, the piece I love about it is the copy paper is supposed to be for the copier, but all the offices use it and take it back.
We put it in that account back in 2014 so that we keep track of how much paper we were spending, how much money we were spending on paper. So if you took a chart, it would log out what paper they took so we knew how much to budget for the next year.
Yeah.
That was how that was set up way back when, and if it changed,
We used to actually sign out the paper.
Yeah. It just seems like we ought to be able to cut something on copying and postage and town hall expenses. We've got this magical, agri-grid thing. Are we getting any benefits from that thing for town electricity, et cetera?
We are.
Yeah.
The library has a credit. They haven't paid for an Eversource bill for a year and a half.
Well, we've already accounted for that, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, do we need to do this triannual eval seriously? Is this a law? And if we don't do it?
Yes, it is.
It is, and it's 5-year. It's 5-year quennial.
Yeah, I know. It's just awesome that the 5-year is now. That's like the worst luck you can have.
Yep.
So what is the consequence of not doing it?
Not being DOR certified, not having a tax rate certified, not being able to send out a tax bill.
Stupid question, I guess.
That's not good.
It's all right. It's time for stupid questions. Can I ask the other stupid question of, Ed, you know where I'm going. You can, this Bubby.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
So
Why do we gotta do that?
We have to do that. So that's an actuarial study that ties along with OPEB and retirement. And it's required that we do that every year.
What happens if we don't? But no, it's not, because it was $1,000 last year.
Because we only had to do what is it called when you don't have to do the full study every year. You only have to do the full study every 3 years. So I think it's every other year. So 1 year it's only 1,000, but then the next year it's like 10. And the auditors did say, because the 10,000 is actually for the prior person who was doing the study for us. However, he's no longer in business, so we will have to find someone else. And hopefully that is going to be enough at the
Okay, I'm hearing you. Give me the consequence of not doing it, just like Ed gave me the consequence of the other one.
I would have to look into that. I don't know the consequences. I do know that it's something the auditors ask for, like they want to make sure it's done every year. And so,
it's at least an audit comment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the consequences are.
Audit comment in the comment section?
Yeah.
As an audit finding?
Correct.
$10,000, I'll take a comment.
It's a finding rather than a comment. Yeah.
It's a finding, yeah.
No.
Be in the management letter, most likely. Is there, there was something up there that you scrolled down. I only caught 11,000 in the figure, but I couldn't see what it was. You went so fast.
Up above?
Yeah.
I'll go slow. Sorry.
It's okay. 12,000 up.
This is only, we're in highway. We got a lot of running room up here.
What if we increase some of the fees and used it to offset some of the expenses? I know, like the transfer station has, the fees that it collects for use. Could that ever? That's revolving, right?
That's an enterprise fund.
Enterprise.
Okay. All right.
Would, very unpopular, but I guess I'm the unpopular guy here. is there a benefit to closing that one day? Again,
No.
just thinking about lives and public safety and rank order of things that.
Transfer station, but it's an enterprise fund that maintains itself.
We don't
Yeah,
get
so
it
it doesn't-
anyway.
So it doesn't
Yeah.
have an effect.
Sufficient.
Doesn't have an effect on us,
I
really.
didn't think so.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still going up here. Do you see
Yeah.
what you're talking about?
I'm not seeing it.
So I'm not sure, like, are there positions, like, say, anywheres in any department that because of COVID, you know, there is no work for these people to get out, or?
Wait, Matt, it was somewhere, this was election registration expenses. That's what I saw. But I didn't know how much of that, what's that? We've obviously got elections coming up, so. That must be, is that the workers that help on the election days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The expenses are just for the renting of the booths, the printing of the paper, the people.
The ballots.
The ballots.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Somebody else was talking about something, sorry.
No, I was just wondering, due to COVID, are there positions right now that aren't even really being utilized because those services can't be offered? Can you just, you know, save on that until the service is able to be offered again? Like, even, like, you know, it was mentioned that, oh, we shouldn't have the library open because, you know, the books, you know, they can carry, like, bacteria. Well, then when our kids go back to school, will they have the school library open? Like, you know, are there things that are there places that won't be opened where we won't necessarily need that staff?
Well, the library actually is loaning books out, and they have a program to sanitize.
No, I know they are.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that was just kind of mentioned earlier, so I'm just using it as an example. Like, but are there positions where we can't utilize them at this point because they're not, you know, like, even in the school, are there certain positions where the kids aren't going to be allowed to, like, have certain classes? And then, yeah, I guess you could say, well, that salary could be used elsewhere in the school, I'm sure, because of these times, or any town department, like, are there, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, I think they're talking about bag lunches, so potentially some of the cafeteria expenses, but maybe we'll let the schools talk about that on the Monday meeting.
Yeah, it doesn't fall into the general fund.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The cafeteria doesn't, but, like, if there were certain, like, specials teachers that you know, they say that, I don't think, you know, and I don't want to, like, I'm not saying I want anyone to be out of a job at all, but, I mean.
Well, I think as long as they're going to meet on Monday and kind of talk about that internally, let's let them make those decisions.
Yeah. Can I ask the question about the stormwater management? I know it's required, but I think in previous years it was paid for out of something else.
It was split up last year. Part of it was in the highway department. The other part was in, I think it was op stabilization, right? Ed?
We had broken out into an article, and so it wasn't in the budget. It was a separate article.
But it pulled the money out of where? Operational stabilization? Pretty sure. Yeah.
I think it was.
It was operational stabilization.
I think it was $17,500 a piece. It was $35,000.
Well,
right. I mean, it's either stormwater or something else from op stabilization. It's just a matter of whether we want to go there. So how about this? We're getting close to the hour where it's 5 hours here. You want to take Chief Illingsworth's suggestion and ask some department heads to come, tell them what our gap is and where we are, and our hope is to get to 200,000, and pick this up on Tuesday.
yeah, I think though we have to set some criteria for them. I mean, you know, are we going to say 1%, 2%?
No.
Just figure it out.
I personally don't agree with that. I think we got to hand them their section of this spreadsheet and just say, look, this is where we are. Like this, and tell them like, this is where we are. This is some analysis that we've already done. Number one, do you agree with the analysis? Because it's got to go further. And if you don't agree with it, then you've got to not only find the additive effect here plus more. So, you know, you go, you cut and paste this out and you send it to each department head. I mean, Ian's watching. If Ian has a suggestion on how to do this, but if it were me and I were the one sending it out and I were trying to send it out to Ian, I would literally copy here down to here, and I'd send it to him and I'd give him the 2 columns and I'd say the entire town is still short. So you can pick whichever column you want to work with here, but you got to find more than what's already in the column. Like a lot more.
So no guidance, just you do what you can.
Yeah.
Also let them know that if it's not enough, then we're going to have to take the pencil to it. So I'd rather give them the opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's their chance to decide how it is that they want to save money, or else it would be imposed on them. Because we don't have a choice.
Absolutely. And again, we don't know if this number is accurate or not, so we're probably going to go back to the well.
Right.
Yeah.
Like this is only the first round.
Yes.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any farther tonight trying to look at any other line items. I think we put the best of our brain power together. I think it's time to let the others take a look and see if they see something different than we're seeing.
Okay, so can you show the last column again, please, Matt?
I haven't done the following analysis, but it's worth just throwing out is, there's the last column. I don't have to say what I'm going to say unless you want me to say it. I mean,
174, 783. Okay.
I mean, Ian, what do you think about that? What do you think about that task? I mean, I wish the other chief was here and Randall was here.
For me, I think it's just again, I think it's important just to review my entire budget with a little bit more focused lens to see where there could be some cuts. And I had a limited time to do that, so I was able to come up with, okay, well, last fiscal year I didn't spend so much in this, and perhaps I can give that. I don't know if the other department heads had that opportunity yet to do what I was able to do. So I think it's maybe just give some direction, and give an idea of where you're going, but let them kind of have that autonomy of pulling where they think they can pull from.
Okay, so why don't we plan on doing that then? We'll leave it as it is, and ask that all of the department heads receive their part of the budget. We'll tell them that right now. Am I in the right place by suggesting that the number we want to get to is $200,000? Does somebody else want to suggest that would be better off trying to get to 238?
I'm still at 238 because.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we got to balance at 238. That's our balance number. Okay. And then we can throw in all of the other stuff, the op stabilization, if that's what you guys want to do.
Okay.
Certainly the override for 238 and leave everything alone.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just bring this up.
Okay, can I just mention that on the staff reductions we're making, someone has to go back and calculate the savings to the benefit programs. There may be something a little more in there too.
Yeah, and there was some mention that we might be able to look back at some of the collective bargaining agreements and have some sort of a reduction there. Did I get that right?
You can
I haven't seen that.
There's I think it was on one of the chat messages that came in from John Lumbra.
Yeah, no, I have not seen that in legislative acts.
Okay.
If there's administrative cuts, then I could look back at the Medicare number, because anything that's cut from that would save in Medicare. But I mean, it's only 0.0145%. I don't think it's going to be a whole lot, but
That's going to be it. Okay. And what about into retirement and so forth? And
Well, the retirement was already paid. That's done.
Oh, boy.
Health insurance, I just said, if we wanted to be risky, could we take, like 13 or 14,000 from that? I guess, but it's a good chance we might end up short at the end of the year because, So I had sent the email and I showed like how I got all the calculations. So,
right.
I mean, there's not really much that I didn't add much from what we spent last year.
Okay.
And if you look at how much it goes up year by year, it's pretty significant.
Yes, it does.
It is. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so just a reminder that school committee is meeting on Monday night. And if there's a significant number of select board members that are interested in going, then would have to post a meeting, at least 3. We'll leave it as it is and pick it up next time. And the department heads will all get a copy of this and be invited to be on the call on Tuesday. And with the hope of them all volunteering cuts within their own departments so we can get to the 238 number and then decide if there's additional votes we want to take. I just want to remind people that we do have other items on the agenda next time. I think we have an appointment or 2. We have select board and town administrator reports. And we also have to go through the articles.
Can we put any of that off?
I think one of the appointment we really can't. We can put up the select board reports if the select board wants to do that.
Let's do that.
Okay, we'll do that. We do have to go over the articles. And,
Can we put that
down
off until the following Tuesday?
It's okay with me. But the only problem is if we're agreeing to do that, that'll be the 28th, and that's kind of like the stop dead, I think, date. Ed, could you tell me whether or not we would be okay with a deadline of 28 to have the articles for the warrant?
Or schedule another meeting?
Yeah.
We need to handle this budget.
Right. But I'm still saying if we finalize the budget and the articles by the 28th, will that give KP Law and the time to get that a week out posted?
We'd be very tight.
Yeah, because we're probably going to have revisions at our meeting. I mean.
So another meeting we can put in.
Yeah, we can put another meeting in either at the 28th or before. So that's what probably we're going to end up doing. So we'll just remove everything from next time and try to finalize this budget and then pick up the articles at another meeting, okay?
So should we look at meeting time?
Yeah, just a quick question before giving this off to the heads of department tomorrow, given that, Randall and John were not here, for example, you guys are going to somehow explain to them what these columns refer to?
Well,
They're going to be totally confused.
So my thought on this, I'll do more work on this. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to get up early and I'll segment these out.
Why not, Matt?
Okay.
And Ed, I'll segment this out for you tomorrow into different files to hand to the department heads to show them the analysis, and I'll clean it up so that it explains what is going on in each of these cells. But just so that I'm not doing this rogue here, I would be more comfortable if right here, right now, we have just a couple of maybe things to think about. Like, of course, the first one is we're in these 2 columns. We're trying to get, we need more savings than what's already listed here. So, you can move money around, but you got to find more. That's kind of like question 1. But I mean, do we want to make any type of suggestions on what they could look at, such as department head pay? I mean, is there anything that we want to do, or we just want to send it to them and say, look, we got to find more money in column AQ. We got to find more money in column AQ. You all have to, and it's got to be significant.
I don't see any harm in giving them examples, but, we're kind of leaving it open to them. I mean, with the understanding that if they don't get there, we're going to have to get there.
Okay.
And I think they would probably want to choose how they manage their budget rather than have it imposed on them. So I think that's very fair.
Okay, so you want to prepare for a possible additional meeting?
Sure.
Yep.
Now, Rini, we were talking about inviting the department heads. Can we do more than invite? Can we require them to be there? Because I think we need to have them online when we talk about their suggestions and budgets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna 6 o'clock on the 21st. Do you want to throw out another date? That would be the final to finalize the articles for the warrant, including the budget articles and the capital and all the other spending articles.
I hate to say this, but I'm going to at least say it. I would love to not have a meeting on Thursday or Friday next week. I'm not supposed to be around here, and that is treasured time. But if I have to be, I will. I just don't really want to be. It would have to be Wednesday for me, which would be the day after.
Mm-hmm.
Or just a suggestion. This is really important. It's affecting people's lives. I will absolutely sacrifice, but
Yeah, I would really like to have it on the 28th and hope that it's not too late, but that's my preference.
Or on Monday the 27th. I mean,
yeah.
Either day is good with me.
Yeah, I'm away Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm not sure if I'll be back on what time I'll be back on Monday.
Monday, we've got a master plan meeting, but
Yeah, and Thursday next week we have the open space meeting. So.
Wednesday the 22nd. I know. Did someone say they weren't available on the 22nd?
no, I could do the 22nd. It's just the day after.
That's the day after.
Yeah, that's not going to help us that much. It's going to be a little bit of.
Want to do the 28th?
I'd like to do the 28th.
Okay with that.
Unless you say it's way too tight. Can we give KP? Can we? We might be able to. That's why I was suggesting like the articles might be a little bit easier if KP end up getting the articles. Would that save any time on the article?
Yeah, that probably would.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So then, do we want to do two meetings, one on the 22nd and one on the 28th? We can do the articles on the 22nd.
Well, we're already meeting on the 21st.
I know, but here's the thing. Like, if we meet on the 21st and we're trying to get through articles too, I personally, I'd rather run on gas on the articles than run on gas on our budget, on fumes, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm running on fumes right now. So if we're gonna try to do articles on the 21st, the articles have to come second. We're not doing the articles first in our agenda.
22nd is fine with me for articles.
Otherwise, I'm totally fine with dedicating the 21st to the budget, 22nd to the articles. The articles we'd have to approve on the 22nd so that we can send those to KP Law separately and get them ahead on that. And then the 28th would be the budget.
Right, a budget. That works for me.
Yep, me too.
Okay.
Ed, would that work for you?
Yeah,
or is that not cool?
I think you've got one more thing on the 21st. Do we not have the opening of bids on the 21st?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm going to throw another wrench into this. You need to come up with an August 1/12 budget that needs to get approved by the DOR by the end of July.
That'll be on the 21st.
So don't forget we have to do that too.
Yeah.
That's
And I'm on vacation next week. I'm not going to be here because I'm not losing my vacation again this year.
That's fair.
Good.
Good to hear. Thanks for being on this call, Vicki, also. Okay, so we have a meeting on the next Tuesday, which has a variety of agenda items, including the budget discussion with the department heads. We have articles on the 22nd. Both these meetings are at 6 o'clock, and then we have a finalizing of the budget on the 28th at 6 o'clock.
Okay, can we discuss what else we have on the 22nd and remove stuff that we don't need to talk about?
Well, the 22nd is just the articles.
The articles.
No, I'm sorry. I meant the 21st,
So
Tuesday.
why don't you delegate that to Ed and I, and we'll remove anything that's not essential, okay?
Perfect.
Okay, at this time, I want to open it up to the public. We do have the only other agenda item is the other, just so you know, as of right now, could change. We still do have postings of a select board meeting or a plan for a select board meeting for the 4th. And I think, what's the other date on the 4th and the 18th of August? But with the annual town meeting being the 15th, that may or may not change. So right now I'm going to open it up for open time for the public. Select Board reserves a portion of its meeting for public comment and encourages participation as follows. I'm not going to go ahead and read through the whole thing. Keep your comments short and to the point. Plan on being allowed no more than 5 minutes per person. I'm not going to go ahead and read the guidance because it's actually on the agenda. So at this point, are there people on the line here that would like to speak if they have video and audio?
Remember, Rini, some people are muted, so you have to look into the chat to see.
Right, I am. I'm just looking at the chat now, and if anybody would like to speak, please indicate that.
Tammy Walunas, 298 College Highway. I would really like to thank you guys, really, Matt, especially doing all this work. This is the first time that you've really dug into this where you've had a lot of people on here. You know, people don't come to the meeting and see you guys do this, but there's a lot of people that got to see what it takes to do this, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tammy. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to offer a comment if I can figure out how to get my screen. This is Austin Rogers, school board member for Norris School. You know, it seems like there were a lot of good ideas offered tonight. I have concerns, not as a school board member, but as just a member of the town, about taking funds out of any stabilization accounts for the reasons mentioned, bond ratings. I'm still very much looking forward to the East Street Bridge. I think any day now my car might fall in the manhand under that bridge, so I very much want it replaced, and I don't want to pay more than we should because, you know, we weren't willing to make some cuts now. Also, on the other hand, I don't want any cuts to come from the school, so I think that puts everyone in a tough spot to figure out where those are going to come from. I think, you know, it's not just a selfish thing of having many kids that I know, including my own, in the school, but also because, like I had said before, we're facing unprecedented challenges that other departments may not be facing in keeping people safe. There's a push to get kids in the classroom where other departments can do things remotely. And so there's this kind of slanted, yes, we are a big piece of the budget, but we're also a big piece of the risk. And it's some of the most vulnerable of our community that are at risk, which are the children. They don't have a voice at this meeting besides mine and, you know, the others that are willing to speak up for them. And so I want to say on their behalf that they need every dollar we can put towards the school. And they also like the East Street Bridge. Thank you.
Thanks, Austin.
Is there anybody else that'd like to speak from the public? Or anybody for that matter?
I've got a letter.
I would just like to chime in and add my thanks to Matt for all of his hard work and making this a very transparent process for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Rini. I appreciate that. I'm sorry for everybody. I'm sorry.
Great presentation, but I also want to thank Ed and Vicky for contributing.
Yes, everybody, and Jen, everybody who's been on. Yes. Thank everybody who's been on all night long with us. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody's hard work, and it's painful, and thank you for being here. So at this point, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Hang on, I do have a letter from the public.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
To Town Administrator and Select Board from Virginia Earhart Community Preservation Committee, July 13th, 2020. As I watched the meeting of July 9th, 2020, I understand the concern over the length of the proposed annual town meeting that was expressed. As I cannot join you on Zoom due to a problem with my computer, I was unable to say anything on the articles from the CPC. Yes, you control the warrant and may reduce the number of items, but let's consider what you would be removing. The first couple of the items are routine housekeeping and come up every year. but there are 4 that are time sensitive. 2 are for safety reasons. The ramp into the area of the church where the community cupboard is would replace the steps that are not in good condition and are difficult for people with mobility issues. One person has unfortunately fallen there already, but luckily was not injured. Unfortunately, the church, in doing good work in our community, could be sued. The repair of the trail that suffered tree damage during the microburst is on land for which the Conservation Commission is responsible, but of course is town-owned. Trees are damaged and some have limbs hanging over the trail. While there is a sign saying no admittance, people are still going in. The article for funds required to match a grant is one that has been applied for because the efforts of Diana Fetterman. These funds need to be available if the grant is received. The funds needed by the Southampton Historical Society would provide for restoration of one of the town's historic buildings that houses many artifacts of Southampton. Waiting until fall and another special town meeting will mean more time for the back wall to slide further off the foundation, with perhaps more damage occurring if the work is unable to start until next year, and may add to the cost. Damage to the artifacts housed within could also occur. Lastly, the pickleball court could possibly be put off until a fall meeting, but our senior citizens have asked for little for their programs, and to say wait may not be sending the message we want them to have. Now my last pitch. I have been watching the newspapers for information about other towns and their annual town meetings. I have read not only the Gazette, but the Country Journal, and noting how other town meetings have been held. Yes, some have streamlined, doing only the very most needed business, but some have moved ahead and done also the town could move forward. Most have been outdoors, some even on rainy Saturdays. One, if I remember correctly, had many more articles than we have. People seemed, from the newspaper articles I read, to get right down to business. I really feel we can do what we need to do to move forward, not just stay in a holding pattern. Please consider these articles carefully when making your decisions.
Okay, thanks, Virginia.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No, I just mentioned we had talked about celebrating some elder birthdays, and I'll maybe talk about that on Tuesday's meeting a little bit.
Okay. Yep, I think we had 3 or 4 people in town that turned 97 this summer. We want to make sure we celebrate them. Okay, so at this point, we'll have a motion to adjourn then.
So move.
I'll second it.
Francine and then Chris, all in favor?
Yep, Falls aye. Nope.
Tishman, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Groden, aye. Good night, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all. Take care.
Night, thanks.
See everybody.
Get some sleep, Matt.
Good night. Love you guys.
Sleep time.